Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the house had been inspected twice. No red flags, but after a heavy rain, part of the yard caved in, revealing a staircase leading underground. At the bottom, a locked cell, a broken chain, and the initials LM scratched into the wall with fingernails. Willowbrook, Nebraska wasn't known for much. A quiet suburb where people lived unremarkable lives in cookie-cutter homes built in the 1980s. The kind of place where neighbors waved but rarely spoke beyond pleasantries about the weather or compliments on lawn maintenance. The Johnston family had moved into 1422 Maple Lane in April 2019. Robert, a pharmaceutical sales representative, his wife Elaine, a part-time bookkeeper, and their teenage son Caleb. They'd relocated from Des Moines for Robert's promotion. The house was perfect for them, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, with a sprawling backyard that backed up to a small wooded area. The previous owners, an elderly couple named the Gardeners, had lived there for 37 years before moving to Florida to be closer to their grandchildren. The Johnstons were ordinary. Robert coached Caleb's baseball team on weekends. Elaine volunteered at the library. They hosted a neighborhood barbecue that first summer. People described them as nice but couldn't recall much else when asked later. That's how it always is in these stories, the pleasant family that no one really knew. September 15th, 2020, a Tuesday. Nebraska had been experiencing unusual weather, 3 straight days of torrential rain after a summer-long drought. The ground, hardened by months without moisture, couldn't absorb the sudden deluge. Foundations throughout the county were tested. Elaine Johnston was in the kitchen preparing dinner when she heard what she later described as a sound like the earth itself was sighing. A low, creaking groan followed by a muffled collapse. She looked out the window to see a portion of their backyard, about 15 feet from the house, had simply disappeared. "Robert," she called out, "something's happened in the yard." Robert and Caleb came running. Where there had once been flat grass was now a gaping hole about 6 feet in diameter. Invisible within that hole, concrete steps descending into darkness. "Call the police," Robert told his wife as he grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. Against her protests, he approached the hole with Caleb following behind. The responding officer, Deputy Marcus Wells, arrived 20 minutes later. By then, Robert and Caleb had already made the discovery that would change everything, not just for their family, but for the entire town of Willowbrook. "The steps go down about 12 feet, Robert explained to Deputy Wells, his voice oddly calm but his hands trembling. "There's a small room down there. Concrete walls, no windows, and—" He couldn't finish the sentence. Caleb, ashen-faced, did it for him. "There's a metal ring bolted to the wall with a chain attached and scratches everywhere." Deputy Wells called for backup immediately. Within hours, the Johnstons' backyard was transformed into a crime scene. Yellow tape cordoned off the area. Floodlights illuminated the night. Forensic technicians in white coveralls descended the stairs, documenting everything they found. What they discovered was disturbing in its simplicity. A room approximately 8 feet by 10 feet with concrete walls, floor, and ceiling. A metal bucket in one corner, a thin, moldy mattress against one wall. A heavy chain anchored to the wall, ending in a padlocked metal cuff large enough to fit around a human ankle. And everywhere, but especially around the mattress area, desperate scratches in the concrete, some appearing to form letters, others just frantic random marks. But most unsettling were the clear initials, LM, scratched deeply into the wall beside the mattress, along with what appeared to be a rudimentary calendar, vertical lines grouped in sets of 5, crossed through horizontally to count days. Investigators counted 173 days marked off. The case quickly consumed the small investigative resources of Willowbrook. County records showed no indication of any basement or underground structure on the property. The original house plans filed with the city showed only a crawl space beneath the main structure, nothing extending into the backyard. The previous owners, the Gardeners, were contacted at their retirement community in Naples, Florida. Harold Gardner, now 81, claimed complete ignorance. "We never built anything like that," he insisted over the phone. "Must have been there before we bought the place in '82. But that wasn't possible. The development had been built on former farmland. The Gardeners were the first and only owners before the Johnstons. Detective Samantha Reeves, a 30-year veteran of the county sheriff's department, was assigned as lead investigator. Her first move was to check missing persons reports dating back 40 years. The initials LM became her fixation. "We need to find out who LM was," she told her team. "Someone was kept in that room against their will. Someone spent at least 6 months counting days. Someone was desperate enough to use their fingernails to mark their existence." DNA analysis of the mattress revealed multiple bodily fluids, most too degraded for proper identification. But there was hair, long, dark hair, that provided a partial DNA profile, nothing that matched any database. 3 weeks into the investigation, Detective Reeves received a call from a woman in Council Bluffs, Iowa, about 40 miles away. "I saw the news about that hidden room," the woman said hesitantly. "My sister disappeared in 1996. Her name was Laura Mitchell." Laura Mitchell, LM. Laura had vanished at age 19 while attending community college in Omaha, last seen leaving her part-time job at a local diner. Her car was found in the parking lot, doors locked, purse still inside. The case had gone cold decades ago. Detective Reeves drove to Council Bluffs the next morning to meet with Janet Pierce, Laura's older sister. Janet brought photographs of Laura, a pretty brunette with a shy smile. She also brought a hairbrush that had belonged to Laura, still containing strands of her dark hair. "We never cleaned out her room," Janet explained quietly. "Mom couldn't bear to. Everything's exactly as she left it." The DNA from Laura's hairbrush was sent for comparison with the samples from the underground room. While waiting for results, Detective Reeves dove deeper into Harold Gardner's history. Harold had been a high school history teacher. His wife, Martha, had worked as a nurse at the local hospital. They had 2 children, both grown and living out of state. By all accounts, they were respected members of the community. Harold had even received a Teacher of the Year award in 1991. But something in Detective Reeves' gut told her to look closer. She obtained employment records from the school district where Harold had taught. Between 1995 and 1997, he had taken a 6-month leave of absence, citing personal health issues. The timing aligned disturbingly well with Laura Mitchell's disappearance. The DNA results came back. The hair found on the mattress was a match to Laura Mitchell. Armed with this evidence, Detective Reeves and 2 other officers flew to Florida to question Harold Gardner in person. They found him alone in his condo. Martha, his wife of 62 years, had died peacefully in her sleep just 2 weeks earlier. Harold looked small sitting in his recliner, oxygen tubes in his nostrils, watching a game show on low volume. At first, he maintained his ignorance about the room, but when Detective Reeves mentioned Laura Mitchell, something in his roomy eyes shifted. "I never meant for any of it to happen," he whispered finally. What emerged over the next 3 hours was a confession as chilling as it was matter of fact. Harold had been living a double life. The respected teacher harbored dark urges that he had managed to control until 1996, when he spotted Laura at a gas station in Omaha. "She reminded me of a student I had once," he said. "One who had humiliated me in front of the class. I followed her for weeks before I approached her." He had built the underground room himself, slowly, over the course of a year, working nights while Martha was on overnight shifts at the hospital, digging by hand, reinforcing with concrete mixed in small batches. He created a hidden entrance through a false panel in his tool shed, a shed that had been removed years before the Johnstons bought the property. Laura had been kept in that room for exactly 173 days. Harold would visit her when Martha was working night shifts. He brought food, water, and books. Sometimes he would just sit and talk to her for hours. "I never hurt her," he insisted, though the evidence suggested otherwise. According to Harold, Laura had fallen ill during her captivity. Despite his bringing medicine, her condition worsened. Rather than seeking medical help, he watched her grow weaker. One night he came to find her unresponsive. Panicked, he wrapped her body in plastic, drove to a remote area in the Les Hills of Iowa, and buried her. "I can show you where," he said, tears streaming down his face. "She deserves a proper burial." 2 days later, skeletal remains were recovered from the location Harold had described. Dental records confirmed they belonged to Laura Mitchell. Harold Gardner was arrested and charged with kidnapping and murder. Due to his advanced age and poor health, he was deemed unfit to stand trial. He died in a secured medical facility 3 months later, taking many of his secrets with him. The Johnston family never returned to live in the house on Maple Lane. They sold it at a significant loss, even after the underground room was properly filled in and sealed. To this day, the case leaves troubling questions. How did Harold maintain such a secret from his wife for so long? Were there other victims? The investigating team found no evidence of others, but Harold's methodical planning of the underground room suggested a level of premeditation that was deeply unsettling. Laura Mitchell's family finally had closure, but it brought little comfort. "I always imagined her living somewhere happy," Janet said at the memorial service they held 27 years after Laura's disappearance. "I never imagined she was so close all this time." Sometimes in small towns like Willowbrook, the most ordinary facades hide the most extraordinary darkness. The house on Maple Lane stands empty now, a constant reminder that we never truly know what lies beneath the surface of the ground or of the people who walk upon it. And somewhere in a case file in the Willowbrook Sheriff's Department, there's a photograph of those initials scratched into concrete. LM, a final act of defiance, a desperate attempt to be remembered. She was. Crime 2, the antique crib was a family heirloom passed down for generations. But when she went to clean it, she found deep bite marks all over the wood, small, human, and desperate. Stuffed into the mattress was a pacifier caked in dried blood. Sarah Winters had always been the sentimental type. At 32, she had spent the last decade meticulously renovating the century-old Victorian house, she'd inherited from her grandmother in the small town of Millridge, Connecticut. The house had been vacant for nearly 7 years before Sarah decided to leave her apartment in Boston and breathe new life into the aging structure. The locals remembered her visits as a child, a quiet girl with curious eyes who would spend hours exploring the town's single bookstore while her grandmother played bridge with the other ladies at the community center. It was a mild October afternoon when Sarah decided to finally tackle the attic. Dust particles danced in the slanting sunlight as she pulled the cord to illuminate the space that had remained untouched since her grandmother's passing. Among the usual forgotten treasures, old photographs, holiday decorations, and moth-eaten clothing, stood the crib. Made of rich cherry wood with ornate carvings along its rails, it had supposedly cradled 4 generations of her family, including Sarah herself. "Perfect timing," Sarah whispered to no one, unconsciously placing a hand on her stomach. She was 12 weeks pregnant, a secret she had yet to share with anyone besides her husband, Michael, who was away on business in Seattle. The crib would need a thorough cleaning and perhaps some minor restoration, but it would be ready in time for their child's arrival. The following morning, Sarah began the painstaking process of cleaning the antique piece. She had set it up in what would become the nursery, a room bathed in soft morning light. As she wiped away the decades of dust with a damp cloth, her fingers brushed against something unusual on the wooden rails. At first, she thought it was just warping from age, but as she cleaned more thoroughly, a chill ran through her body. The entire interior surface of the crib was covered in bite marks, dozens of them. Small, distinctly human teeth marks had left deep impressions in the wood. Some appeared frantic, clustered together as if someone had been gnawing desperately at the rails. Others were more methodical, spaced evenly like a prisoner marking days on a cell wall. Sarah's hand trembled as she ran her fingers over the indentations. When she lifted the thin, yellowed mattress to clean underneath, something fell to the floor with a soft thud. A pacifier, its plastic yellowed with age, with what appeared to be dark brown stains. She picked it up gingerly, turning it over in her palm. The stains weren't rust or dirt, they were dried blood. Detective Alan Mercer had been with the Millridge Police Department for 23 years. In a town of just over 5,000 residents, serious crimes were rare. Most of his days involved settling disputes between neighbors or dealing with the occasional shoplifting incident at the local convenience store. So when Sarah Winters walked into the station carrying an old pacifier in an evidence bag she had fashioned from a kitchen ziploc, he was more curious than concerned. "I know this might sound strange," Sarah began, her voice steady despite the dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept. "But I think something terrible might have happened in my house, a long time ago." Over the next hour, Sarah recounted her discovery, showing Mercer photos of the bite marks on her phone. The detective listened patiently, jotting down notes in his worn leather-bound notebook. When she finished, he leaned back in his chair, the fluorescent lights highlighting the gray at his temples. "Your grandmother lived alone in that house for almost 20 years before she passed, correct?" Sarah nodded. "And before that, my grandparents moved there in the early 1970s. My mother grew up in that house." Mercer tapped his pen against the table. "I've been in this town my entire life, Mrs. Winters. Never heard of any missing children cases associated with your family's property." "Maybe it wasn't reported," Sarah suggested. "Or maybe it happened before my grandparents moved in." The detective agreed to run some tests on the pacifier and check the town's historical records. Sarah left feeling somewhat relieved, but the image of those desperate little bite marks haunted her thoughts as she drove home. Over the next few days, Sarah began asking questions around town. The librarian directed her to town records dating back to the early 1900s when the house was first built. The original owners were the Harrington family, William, a successful banker, his wife Alina, and their 3 children. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary until Sarah came across a brief newspaper clipping from 1938. Local tragedy, Harrington infant missing, foul play suspected. According to the article, the Harringtons' 4th child, a 9-month-old boy named James, had disappeared from his crib one night. The parents claimed to have checked on him at midnight, only to find him gone by morning. No signs of forced entry were found. The case remained unsolved. When Detective Mercer called a week later, his voice sounded different, more official, less casual. "The lab results came back on that pacifier," he said. "The blood is human, but it's degraded significantly. They can't do much with it after all these years." Sarah waited, sensing there was more. "I did find something interesting in the old case files, though. There was an investigation at your address in 1954, long before your grandparents moved in. A child welfare check. The family living there at the time was the Carmichael family. Neighbors had reported hearing crying for hours every night, but no children were registered as living at the address. When officers investigated, they found no evidence of a child. The case was dismissed as a misunderstanding, possibly sounds from a nearby home carrying through open windows. As Sarah continued her own research, she discovered that Alina Harrington had been committed to a psychiatric institution in 1940, 2 years after her son's disappearance. Medical records were sparse, but notes mentioned her insistence that she could still hear her baby crying within the walls of the house. The following week, Michael returned from his business trip to find Sarah sitting on the nursery floor, surrounded by old newspapers, printouts, and town records. The crib had been moved to the center of the room, and she had carefully labeled each bite mark with small numbered stickers, like a crime scene technician. "Sarah, what's going on?" Michael asked, concern etched across his face. "I think I know what happened," she whispered, her eyes never leaving the crib. "Alina Harrington didn't lose her baby, she hid him." According to Sarah's theory, pieced together from fragments of historical documents and local gossip, Alina had suffered severe postpartum psychosis after James was born. Fearing that someone was trying to take her baby, she had hidden him inside a false wall in the attic, a space Sarah had discovered while measuring for nursery furniture. The small compartment was just large enough for the crib mattress they'd found. She would bring him food and water, Sarah explained, her voice detached as if reciting a story about strangers. But sometimes she would forget the bite marks he was trying to escape. After Alina was institutionalized, the house remained vacant for years. When the Carmichael family moved in during the early 1950s, they reported hearing crying, likely their own imaginations fueled by rumors that had persisted about the house. By the time Sarah's grandparents purchased the property in the 1970s, the story had faded from local memory. Detective Mercer arranged for a forensic team to examine the space in the attic. They found traces of fabric consistent with baby clothing from the 1930s, and most disturbingly, small bone fragments that appeared to be from human fingers. DNA testing would take weeks, but the initial findings supported Sarah's theory. The local paper ran a front-page story, "Decades-old mystery solved. Harrington baby never left home." The article detailed how Alina, in her psychotic state, had likely hidden her child to protect him, not realizing the consequences of her actions. The baby, trapped and unable to cry loud enough to be heard from outside, had eventually tried to chew his way out of the wooden crib. Sarah and Michael put the house up for sale before winter arrived. They moved back to Boston, where Sarah gave birth to a healthy baby girl the following spring. They purchased a brand new crib with modern safety features and no history. The house in Millridge remained on the market for over 2 years before finally selling at a greatly reduced price. The new owners, a young couple from New York looking for a weekend retreat, were told about the home's tragic history. They hired a local priest to bless the house and then renovated the attic into a home office, sealing up the false wall forever. Detective Mercer retired that same year, but not before closing the file on James Harrington, giving the lost child a measure of justice after 85 years. Sometimes on quiet nights in their Boston apartment, Sarah would wake suddenly, certain she heard the faint sound of a baby crying. She would check on her daughter, finding her sleeping peacefully, then stand at the nursery window, looking out at the city lights and wondering about Alina Harrington, a mother driven by love and madness, and the baby who spent his final moments trying to gnaw his way back to her. Crime 3, she inherited the furniture from her grandmother. Most drawers were empty except one. Its lining was made of taped-together photographs, all black and white. In every image, a child stood next to a man whose face had been scratched out. The last photo had her name written on the back. The antique oak dresser had been in Sarah Caldwell's possession for exactly 3 weeks before she discovered what was hidden inside. It was a humid July evening in Oak Ridge, Wisconsin, the kind where the air sits heavy against your skin and time seems to slow to a crawl. Sarah, 32 and newly divorced, had moved back to her hometown after her grandmother Alina passed away, leaving her modest farmhouse and all its contents to her only granddaughter. Sarah had spent most of that summer sorting through the remnants of her grandmother's life. Alina had lived alone for nearly 4 decades after Sarah's grandfather died in a farming accident in 1983. The old woman had been quiet, reserved, keeping mostly to herself in the years that followed. Sarah remembered her as kind but distant, always watching from behind eyes that seemed to hold secrets. The dresser had been moved into Sarah's bedroom last, heavy and imposing with its ornate carvings and brass handles tarnished by time. She had delayed organizing it, focusing instead on the kitchen, the living room, spaces where daily life happened. But on that July evening, with thunder rumbling in the distance promising a storm that wouldn't quite arrive, Sarah finally turned her attention to the drawers. The first 3 contained nothing, emptied by her grandmother before her passing, or perhaps never filled to begin with. When Sarah pulled open the bottom drawer, it stuck slightly. She tugged harder, and it slid open with a groan that seemed to echo through the empty house. At first glance, the drawer appeared empty like the others, but when Sarah ran her hand along the bottom, she felt something unusual. The wooden bottom had been covered with what felt like paper. In the dim evening light, she could barely make out the edges of photographs, carefully cut and pieced together like a macabre jigsaw puzzle, creating a complete lining for the drawer. Sarah switched on her bedside lamp and leaned closer. Black and white photographs, dozens of them, each showing a similar scene. A child, different in each image, but all around the same age, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, standing beside a tall man in dark clothing. In every photograph, the man's face had been meticulously scratched away, leaving nothing but a blurred void where his features should have been. A chill ran through Sarah despite the summer heat. She carefully lifted the corner of one photograph, discovering that they had been glued down, forming a permanent lining. Working slowly, she managed to peel up one corner near the back of the drawer. Beneath it was another photograph, this one face down. When Sarah turned it over, she found a single name written in faded blue ink across the back: Sarah. Detective Michael Ramirez had never seen anything quite like the drawer full of photographs. 22 years on the force, the last 12 in Oak Ridge after transferring from Milwaukee, and he thought he'd encountered every form of small-town oddity possible. But the methodical nature of this, the careful arrangement, the deliberate defacing, sent a professional alertness through him. "And you say these were your grandmother's?" he asked, jotting notes in a small spiral pad. His voice was deliberately calm, practiced over years of interviews with witnesses and victims. "Yes," Sarah said, hugging herself slightly despite the heat. "But I don't understand. My grandmother was ordinary, quiet. She kept to herself after my grandfather died, but there was never anything strange about her." Ramirez nodded, non-committal. "Were there any other children in your family? Cousins, perhaps?" "No, my father was an only child, and I am too." "And these photographs appear to be from what period, would you say?" Sarah shook her head. "The 1950s, maybe, the clothing styles, but I can't be sure." Ramirez carefully photographed the drawer and its contents. "We'll need to remove some of these for analysis, if that's all right with you." Sarah nodded absently, then asked the question that had been haunting her since the discovery. "Detective, do you think these children, are they missing persons? Did my grandmother know something about—" She couldn't finish the thought. "Let's not jump to conclusions," Ramirez said gently. "Photographs like these could have many explanations." But both knew his reassurance rang hollow. The investigation began quietly. Ramirez enlisted the help of Clara Winters, a records clerk at the county courthouse who had worked there since the 1970s. If anyone knew the history of Oak Ridge's residents, it would be Clara. Eleanor Caldwell, Clara mused, adjusting her thick glasses, kept to herself, especially after Thomas died. Before that, though, she was more social. Taught Sunday school at First Lutheran for years. "Sunday school," Ramirez raised an eyebrow. "Oh yes, from about 1965 through 1979 or so. Always with the younger children. Had a way with them, everyone said." Ramirez felt the first tingle of connection forming. "I don't suppose you'd have records of which children attended during those years?" Clara smiled. "Church records are spotty, but school photographs, those I can help with." 3 days later, in the basement archives of the Oak Ridge Herald, Ramirez and Clara pored over yearbooks and community photographs. They worked methodically through the years, starting with 1965. "There," Clara said suddenly, pointing to a grainy black and white photograph from 1968. "That's Eleanor, younger of course, with her Sunday school class." Ramirez leaned closer. 7 children stood in a line, with a younger Eleanor Caldwell to one side. His trained eye immediately noticed the similarities in posture and composition to the photographs lining the drawer. "Do you recognize any of these children?" he asked Clara. She pointed to several. "This one became the pharmacist over in Millfield. This girl here moved away after high school. This boy," her finger hovered over a small, solemn-faced child, "that's Richard Howell. He disappeared in the summer of 1969, never found." Ramirez felt a cold certainty settling in his stomach. Were there other disappearances during those years? Clara's expression grew troubled. "Come to think of it, yes, not many. Oak Ridge was always safe, that's what everyone said. But there were 3, maybe 4 children who went missing between 65 and 80. Never connected, happened years apart. different circumstances each time. Back at the station, Ramirez compiled a preliminary timeline. 4 children missing over 15 years, all between ages 5 and 7. All attended First Lutheran at some point, all presumably in Alina Caldwell's Sunday school class. When Sarah came in to see his progress, he hesitated before sharing his findings. "This doesn't mean your grandmother was involved," he said carefully, "but there's enough here to warrant further investigation." Sarah's face had gone pale. The scratched-out face in the photos, it wasn't my grandfather, was it? "We don't think so," Ramirez admitted. "Your grandfather worked the farm. He wasn't involved with the church activities." "Then who?" Sarah whispered. The church records, when they finally gained access, revealed a detail that had been forgotten over time. From 1963 to 1977, First Lutheran had employed a groundskeeper and maintenance man, a quiet, helpful man named Joseph Mercer, who lived in a small apartment attached to the church. He would have been present during Sunday school, Ramirez explained to Sarah, would have had access to the children, known their routines. "What happened to him?" Sarah asked. "That's the thing," Ramirez said, troubled. "He left town suddenly in 1980. No forwarding address. The church newsletter just mentioned he'd moved on to another community. No one seems to remember much about him now." When they pulled what few personnel records existed for Mercer, they found only a single photograph, a group picture of church staff. In it, standing at the edge of the frame, was a tall, thin man with his face turned slightly away from the camera. As they dug deeper, more connections emerged. Mercer had lived in 3 other small towns before Oak Ridge. In each location, at least one child had gone missing during his time there. Never enough to establish a pattern to local authorities, one disappearance every few years, attributed to accidents, runaways, or random tragedy. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Marlene Howell, mother of Richard who disappeared in 1969, still lived in Oak Ridge, now in her 80s and residing in a nursing home. When Ramirez visited her, he wasn't hopeful about her memory or willingness to revisit her deepest trauma. "Richard loved that church," she said, her voice surprisingly strong. "Especially Mrs. Caldwell's class. She would give the children little photography projects, disposable cameras to take pictures around the church grounds." Ramirez felt his pulse quicken. Did she keep these photographs? "Oh yes," said she was making a special memory book for each child. Richard was so excited about his. Her eyes clouded. He disappeared before he ever got to see it finished. "Mrs. Howell," Ramirez asked carefully, "do you remember the groundskeeper, Joseph Mercer?" The elderly woman's hand began to tremble. "He was always watching. I told my husband I didn't like how he looked at the children, but he said I was being paranoid." She paused. "After Richard, I saw Mrs. Caldwell arguing with him behind the church. She was so angry, I'd never seen her like that. A week later, he was helping with the search parties for Richard." The final piece clicked into place when they executed a search warrant on Alina's property. Behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small room containing boxes of photographs. Thousands of images of children, including those who had disappeared. In many, Joseph Mercer could be seen in the background, watching. And there were letters, dozens of them, from Alina to various police departments, providing tips about Mercer, connecting him to disappearances. All had been dismissed or filed away without investigation. The last letter, never sent, was addressed to Sarah herself. "My dearest Sarah, By the time you find this, I will be gone. I couldn't stop him, not completely. I tried to warn them, but no one would listen. When I realized what Joseph was doing, I began collecting evidence. The photographs the children took often captured him watching them. I confronted him after Richard, but he threatened you next if I went to the police. So I made a choice. I kept you safe by keeping silent about the others. I scratched his face from every photograph I could find, as if that could somehow erase him from existence. The guilt has never left me. I'm sorry I couldn't save them all. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you. But I kept the evidence, hoping someday someone would find it and finish what I couldn't. I love you, please forgive me, Grandma. 6 months after Sarah discovered the drawer lined with photographs, authorities located Joseph Mercer living under an assumed name in Oregon. DNA evidence eventually linked him to 2 of the disappearances. The remains of Richard Howell and another child were finally recovered from a remote wooded area 5 miles from the church. Sarah sold the farmhouse but kept the dresser. She removed the photographs from the drawer, allowing them to be used as evidence, but she couldn't bring herself to refinish it or cover the ghostly rectangular outlines where the images had been. Those empty spaces represented both the horror of what had happened and her grandmother's tormented attempt to protect her while preserving the truth. Sometimes, late at night, Sarah finds herself opening that bottom drawer, running her fingers over the faint impressions left behind by those photographs, and wondering about the complex moral geometry of her grandmother's choice, a terrible silence that saved her life while failing to save others. The drawer remains empty now, but somehow it seems to hold more than it ever did before. Crime 4, Emma Lawson had always found sanctuary in Ridgewood's only independent bookstore. The warm lighting, the scent of paper and binding glue, and the soft classical music playing in the background created a cocoon of safety. Every Thursday evening, after her shift at the local pharmacy, she would spend precisely 47 minutes browsing the mystery section before choosing something new for her growing collection. On that particular Thursday in October, the store was quieter than usual. Rain tapped gently against the windows as Emma ran her fingers along the spines of newly released thrillers. She felt him before she saw him, that instinctive awareness of another person's presence drawing near. She shifted slightly to make room in the narrow aisle. The gentle collision happened as she turned to reach for a book on the top shelf. His shoulder bumped against hers, causing her to step back. "I'm so sorry," he said, his voice unexpectedly soft for his frame. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, with dark hair cropped close to his head and eyes that seemed to reflect the warm lighting of the store. "I wasn't paying attention." "It's fine," Emma smiled politely, the way people do during these brief, meaningless encounters that pepper everyday life. He nodded, returned her smile, and continued past her toward the history section. The interaction should have ended there, forgotten within minutes, but as he turned away, Emma caught sight of something that made her breath catch in her throat. A scar about an inch long, slightly curved like a crescent moon, marked the underside of his chin. Emma unconsciously raised her hand to her own chin, to the identical scar that had been with her since she was 7 years old. Same placement, same shape, same angle. The coincidence struck her as peculiar enough that she found herself watching him as he browsed through books about World War II, his head tilted down in concentration. When Emma finally left the bookstore, she had purchased 2 novels and forgotten about the man with the matching scar. The rain had intensified, and she hurried to her car, holding her canvas bag of books close to her chest to keep them dry. The parking lot was poorly lit, puddles reflecting the few functioning lamps that cast more shadow than light. She didn't notice the phone on the ground until she had already stepped on it, the screen illuminated beneath her foot, startling her. Emma picked it up, a high-end model with a cracked screen protector but otherwise undamaged. She looked around the empty parking lot, wondering if the owner might still be nearby. The sensible thing would have been to bring it back to the bookstore's lost and found. Later, Emma would question why she didn't do exactly that. Instead, curiosity led her to check if there was any identifying information on the lock screen. There wasn't, but there was a notification preview from a photo backup app. Backup complete, 152 files from album Emma L. Her name's her album. Emma felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October rain. With trembling fingers, she pressed the power button again to confirm what she'd seen. The notification had disappeared, but the unease remained. She quickly returned to the bookstore, scanning the aisles for the man with the scar. He was gone. Detective Marcus Reed had been with the Ridgewood Police Department for 17 years, the last 9 in the Special Victims Unit. He had developed a reputation for patience. Colleagues often joked that he could outweight a statue. This quality served him well as he sat across from Emma Lawson in interview room B, watching her twist the silver ring on her middle finger as she recounted finding the phone. "And you're certain the album had your name on it?" Reed asked, his tone neutral, neither believing nor dismissing. "Yes, Emma L., not just Emma, but my initial too," she said. "I know how it sounds. I've spent the last 3 days telling myself I misread it." Detective Reed nodded slowly. "And the scar, you're sure it was identical to yours?" Emma's hand again went to her chin, a gesture Reed had noticed she repeated whenever the scar was mentioned. "Same place, same shape. Mine is from falling off a swing when I was 7. The chain broke, and I hit a rock on the way down." Reed made a note in his pad. "And have you ever seen this man before Thursday?" "I don't think so. His face wasn't familiar." "But you feel he knows you?" Emma's eyes darted to the two-way mirror behind Reed, then back to his face. "I think he's been watching me. For how long, I don't know." After Emma left, Reed sat with his partner, Detective Simone Chen, reviewing what little they had. A man with a scar. A lost phone that had disappeared when Emma returned to the bookstore. A notification that might have been misread by a woman who admitted she was tired after a long shift. "We don't have much," Chen said, tapping her pen against the case file. "No crime has technically been committed." Reed nodded, "But something feels off. Let's pull the security footage from the bookstore and surrounding businesses. See if we can at least identify this guy." The following Tuesday, Emma found an envelope in her mailbox. No stamp, no return address, just her name written in neat, precise handwriting. Inside was a single photograph. Emma at age 7, sitting on a hospital bed, her chin freshly stitched, tear tracks still visible on her cheeks. It was a photo she'd never seen before. Her mother had never been one for taking pictures, especially not during moments of distress. Emma didn't remember anyone else being in the emergency room that day. With shaking hands, she called Detective Reed. Within an hour, Emma's small apartment was filled with police. They dusted the envelope and photograph for prints, checked her windows and doors for signs of tampering, and assured her they would place an officer outside her building that night. "The photograph is old," Reed told her as they sat at her kitchen table. "Pre-digital era. Whoever took it has been holding onto it for almost 20 years. Emma wrapped her hands around a mug of tea that had long gone cold. But who would do that? Who would even have been there? Reed hesitated before answering. We've been looking into your past, hospital records from when you got the injury. There was a note about another child being treated at the same time, also for a facial laceration. Emma stared at him, another child with the same injury. Different cause, the report says he was injured by broken glass, but the placement could have been similar. Emma repeated, a boy. Yes, about your age. The records don't give us much more than that. Patient confidentiality laws limit what we can access without a court order, which we're working on. Emma set down her mug. You think it's him, the man from the bookstore. Reed didn't confirm or deny. We're exploring all possibilities. The security footage from the bookstore showed the man clearly, but his face was never turned directly toward any camera. The angle of his head, the shadow of a display, small coincidences that now seemed deliberate. They couldn't get a clean image for facial recognition. What they did find, however, was that he had never actually left the store when Emma went to her car. He had moved to a reading nook with a clear view of the exit, watching as she discovered the phone. Only after she returned inside did he slip out through a side door. The revelation sent a new wave of unease through Emma. He planned it, she said when Reed shared this information. He wanted me to find the phone. It seems that way, Reed admitted, but we still don't know why. More photographs arrived over the next week. Emma at her high school graduation. Emma moving into her first apartment. Emma sitting alone at a cafe 2 years ago, reading a book she remembered clearly. It had a disappointing ending that had left her frustrated for days. Each photo came with a small note, handwritten in the same precise script. You never noticed me. I was always there. We're connected. Emma began to feel her life shrinking. She took a leave of absence from work. She had groceries delivered. She jumped at shadows and slept with her lights on. The police maintained their presence, but they all knew they couldn't watch her forever. The break in the case came from an unexpected source. A nurse who had been working at Ridgewood General Hospital 20 years ago remembered the day Emma was brought in. She recalled the other child, a boy named Nathan, because of the unusual circumstances. He came in with his father about 30 minutes after Emma, the nurse told Detective Chen. Said he fell through a glass table, but something didn't add up. The injuries didn't match the story, and the boy seemed terrified of his father. Was there an investigation? Chen asked. Child services got involved, but the father was well connected in town. Nothing came of it. With a name, they were able to trace Nathan Whitaker's history. His father, a prominent local attorney, had moved the family to Arizona shortly after the hospital incident. Nathan had returned to Ridgewood just 8 months ago, following his father's death. He's been watching you since he came back, Reed explained to Emma. We found a rental property with a view of your apartment. There's evidence he's been there for months. Emma felt sick, but why? I don't remember him at all. Reed's expression was grave. We found journals in his apartment. He believes that your matching scars mean you're somehow destined to be together. In his mind, you both suffered trauma on the same day, marked in the same way. That's insane, Emma whispered. He's created an entire relationship with you in his mind, one where you acknowledge him, see him. The final piece fell into place when they discovered Nathan's father had been the attorney who handled Emma's mother's insurance claim after the swing accident. Nathan had been brought to his father's office the day Emma and her mother came to sign papers. There was a single photograph from that day, both children sitting in the waiting room, both with bandaged chins, neither looking at the other. Nathan Whitaker was arrested outside Emma's apartment building 3 days later. He had a bouquet of lilies, Emma's favorite flowers, though she couldn't remember ever sharing that information publicly, and a small gift box containing a silver chain with 2 crescent moon pendants. The police found hundreds of photographs in his home. Emma shopping, Emma at the dentist, Emma collecting her mail, 20 years of constructed connection built from distance and delusion. In the interrogation room, Nathan remained calm, almost serene. "She'll understand eventually," he told Detective Reid. "We're marked the same way, 2 pieces of the same whole." Emma Lawson moved away from Ridgewood the following month. She changed her name, her hair, her habits. But she couldn't change the scar on her chin, the small, crescent-shaped reminder that sometimes the most innocent coincidences can forge connections we never asked for with people we never truly see. And sometimes those people are watching anyway, constructing entire realities around moments we don't even remember. Nathan Whitaker was found incompetent to stand trial and committed to a state psychiatric facility. In his room, they found one last photograph of Emma, taken on her last day in town as she loaded boxes into a moving truck. On the back, in his precise handwriting, "It doesn't matter where you go, our story isn't finished. I'll know you by your scar." Crime 5, it was beautifully crafted, handmade, fully furnished, but one miniature room was boarded up from the inside. When she pried it open, she found a replica of her own bedroom and a tiny hand-painted figure sleeping in her bed. Olivia Mercer had always been drawn to beautiful things. Growing up in the quiet town of Millfield, Connecticut, she developed an eye for antiques that eventually led her to open a small restoration shop on Main Street. At 42, she lived alone in a Victorian cottage at the edge of town, surrounded by the treasures she had collected over the years. Her friends described her as reserved but warm, the kind of person who remembered birthdays and sent handwritten thank you notes. Every Sunday, Olivia would visit the local flea markets, searching for overlooked gems among the discarded possessions of strangers. It was on one such Sunday in late October of 2017 when she found the dollhouse. It sat at the back of an elderly man's stall, partially covered by a faded quilt. The man, Harold Jenkins, a retired cabinet maker, told her he had crafted it decades ago for his daughter who had since passed away. His arthritic hands could no longer maintain it, and he wanted it to go to someone who would appreciate its craftsmanship. "It's Victorian like your house," he noted with a sad smile. "One room needs some work, though." The dollhouse was indeed a miniature Victorian, nearly 4 feet tall, with a hinged front that opened to reveal 6 meticulously detailed rooms. The furniture was handcrafted from real wood, the wallpaper hand-painted. But as Harold had mentioned, one room, what would have been an upstairs bedroom, was different. Its tiny door had been nailed shut from the inside, and the single window was covered with miniature wooden boards. Olivia was intrigued rather than deterred. Restoration was her specialty, after all. She paid Harold's asking price without haggling and carried her new treasure home, already planning where it would sit in her living room. That evening, Olivia set the dollhouse on a table near the bay window and examined it more closely under the warm light of her reading lamp. Each tiny room contained remarkable details: a microscopic stack of mail on the entry table, tiny books with actual pages in the library, a minuscule pair of reading glasses on the nightstand in the master bedroom. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Her attention kept returning to the sealed room. How had Harold managed to nail it shut from the inside? Perhaps there was a hidden panel, or maybe he had sealed it before assembling the house. Either way, her curiosity grew as the night deepened. Using a small pry bar from her toolkit, Olivia carefully removed the miniature boards from the window. The glass behind them was intact but clouded with dust. She shined a pen light through it, but could make out only vague shapes in the darkness beyond. After several minutes of gentle work with her smallest tools, she managed to loosen the nailed door without damaging the surrounding structure. It swung open with a faint creak that seemed impossibly loud for something so small. What Olivia saw inside made her breath catch. The room was a perfect miniature replica of her own bedroom, from the distinctive lavender walls to the white iron bed frame, the antique dresser with the missing brass pull on the second drawer, even the specific pattern of the quilt on the bed. On that tiny bed lay a hand-painted figurine with auburn hair like hers, sleeping on its side, facing away from the door. Olivia stepped back, her hands trembling. It wasn't possible. Harold Jenkins couldn't have seen her bedroom. She had purchased the house only 3 years ago and had painted the bedroom herself. The dollhouse was decades old, according to Harold. Yet here was her room, recreated in painstaking miniature detail. She reached for her phone to call the police, then hesitated. What would she say? That she found a dollhouse with a room that looked like hers? They would think she was imagining things or playing a prank. Instead, she called her closest friend, Rebecca, who arrived 20 minutes later. "This is unsettling," Rebecca admitted after examining the miniature room. "But it has to be a coincidence, right? Lavender bedrooms aren't exactly unique." "Look at the quilt pattern," Olivia insisted. "Look at the missing drawer pull. Even the tiny books on the nightstand are in the same order as mine." Rebecca suggested they return to the flea market in the morning to speak with Harold. Perhaps there was a simple explanation. Maybe he had seen Olivia's house during an estate sale before she purchased it, or maybe the previous owner had commissioned the dollhouse as a replica. That night, Olivia couldn't sleep. She moved the dollhouse into her spare room and closed the door, but knowing it was there made her uneasy. At 3:17 a.m., she got up to make tea and found herself standing before the dollhouse again, staring at the miniature version of herself sleeping in the tiny bed. Only now the figurine had turned over. It was facing the door. Olivia was certain she hadn't touched it. With shaking hands, she closed the tiny door again and pushed a heavy chair against the spare room door before returning to her bedroom. In the morning, Olivia and Rebecca drove to the flea market, but Harold's usual spot was empty. When they asked a neighboring vendor, the woman looked at them strangely. "Harold Jenkins, the cabinet maker. He hasn't had a stall here in years. He died last winter, heart attack in his sleep. His daughter had died years before that, so there was no family left." "That's impossible," Olivia said. "I bought a dollhouse from him yesterday. He was right here." The woman shook her head. "You're mistaken. Maybe it was someone else." They visited the market office and asked to see the vendor registration forms. There was no Harold Jenkins listed for the past year. Over the next few days, Olivia's unease grew into dread. She researched the history of her house and discovered that in 1973, a cabinet maker named Harold Jenkins had indeed lived there with his wife and young daughter, Eleanor. According to local newspaper archives, Alina had disappeared from her lavender bedroom one night. She was never found. The article included a photograph of the Jenkins family standing outside the house, Olivia's house. The man in the photo was unmistakably the same Harold who had sold her the dollhouse. But he would be well over 100 years old now. Olivia considered burning the dollhouse but couldn't bring herself to destroy something so beautifully made. Instead, she sealed the miniature bedroom door again and moved the dollhouse to her attic. That night she woke to the sound of something scratching lightly at her bedroom door. When she opened it, the hallway was empty, but she noticed something on the floor, a tiny brass drawer pull, exactly like the one missing from her dresser. The next morning, Detective Michael Collins responded to Olivia's call. He listened patiently to her story while examining the dollhouse, which she had brought down from the attic. "Ms. Mercer, I understand you're frightened, but there's nothing criminal here that I can see," he said gently. "Perhaps you bought this from someone impersonating this Harold Jenkins. As for the room's resemblance to yours, it could be that the previous homeowner modeled your room after the dollhouse, not the other way around." His explanation was rational, comforting even, but it didn't account for the figurine that had changed position or the drawer pull that had appeared outside her door. Detective Collins promised to look into Harold Jenkins's history and the provenance of the dollhouse. In the meantime, he suggested Olivia stay with a friend. Olivia opted to stay with Rebecca for a few days. She brought only a small overnight bag, leaving the dollhouse behind. 3 days later, Detective Collins called with troubling news. He had found death certificates for both Harold Jenkins, dated February 2017, and his daughter Alina, dated November 1973. However, Alina's body had never been found. The death certificate had been issued after 7 years, as was standard for missing persons presumed dead. Even more disturbing, Collins had shown Olivia's photo to some of the longtime vendors at the flea market. 2 of them insisted they had seen her there the previous Sunday, but they described her as walking alone, carrying the dollhouse to her car. None of them recalled seeing her speak with any elderly man. "Ms. Mercer," Collins said hesitantly, "is it possible you found this dollhouse somewhere else? Perhaps in your attic or basement when you moved in. Memory can play tricks on us sometimes." Olivia was adamant. She had bought the dollhouse from Harold Jenkins at the flea market. Rebecca had been with her when they returned looking for him. "Yes," Collins replied, "but Ms. Davidson says she didn't actually see you purchase the dollhouse. She only saw it after you called her to your home." Olivia felt a chill run through her. "Are you suggesting I imagined the entire interaction with Harold?" Collins didn't answer directly. "I'd like to have someone come take a look at the dollhouse, if that's all right with you. Maybe we can determine its age and origin." That evening, Olivia returned home with Rebecca. As they approached the house, Olivia noticed her bedroom light was on, though she was certain she had turned everything off before leaving. Inside, nothing seemed disturbed until they reached the living room. The dollhouse sat on the coffee table, not where Olivia had left it before going to Rebecca's. The miniature front door was open, and all the interior doors were ajar except for the one to the replica of her bedroom, which remained sealed as she had left it. Rebecca suggested they leave immediately and call Detective Collins, but Olivia felt drawn to the dollhouse. She approached it slowly and noticed something new: tiny footprints in dust on the miniature stairs leading up to the sealed bedroom door. Against Rebecca's protests, Olivia carefully opened the tiny door again. The figurine was gone from the bed. They searched the other miniature rooms but found no trace of the tiny figure. Rebecca was now visibly frightened and insisted they leave, but as they turned to go, they heard a sound from upstairs, from Olivia's bedroom. It was the subtle creak of her bed, as if someone small had just climbed onto it. Detective Collins arrived 20 minutes later with 2 other officers. They searched the house thoroughly but found nothing unusual, except for one detail that Collins found particularly interesting. In Olivia's bedroom, on her real-sized bed, there was a small indentation on the pillow, as if something had been resting there. The dollhouse was taken as evidence, and a forensic specialist was called to examine it. His preliminary findings were inconclusive. The dollhouse appeared to be approximately 50 years old, consistent with the time Harold Jenkins was alive, but there were no fingerprints on it except Olivia's and Detective Collins. For weeks, Olivia stayed with Rebecca, returning to her house only during daylight hours to collect mail and check on things. Each time, she felt as if she were being watched from the upstairs window, her bedroom window. 2 months later, Detective Collins called with news. They had found an old journal belonging to Harold Jenkins in the town's historical archives. In it, Jenkins described creating a dollhouse for his daughter Alina in 1973, including a special room that was just like hers. The journal entries became increasingly disturbed after Alina's disappearance, with Jenkins claiming that he could sometimes hear his daughter playing in her room at night, though it was empty when he checked. The final entry, dated just before Christmas 1973, read, "I've sealed her door in the dollhouse. She needs to stay where she belongs, in her little room, not in this world or the next. She's safer there. We all are." Jenkins had lived in the house until his death in 2017, never remarrying or having other children. According to neighbors, he would often be seen talking to himself in Alina's preserved bedroom, the same room that was now Olivia's, with its lavender walls. Olivia sold the house 6 months later, unable to feel comfortable there despite never experiencing anything overtly threatening. The dollhouse remained in police evidence, though Collins admitted there was no real case to investigate. Before moving away, Olivia visited Alina's grave in the local cemetery, a symbolic marker since her body had never been found. She placed a small, handcrafted rocking chair next to the headstone, a piece she had carefully removed from the dollhouse's living room before turning it over to the police. As she walked away, she thought she heard the faint creak of tiny wooden runners on stone, rocking slowly back and forth in the autumn breeze. In Millfield, Connecticut, locals sometimes tell the story of the dollhouse with one room nailed shut. Some say that if you listen carefully on quiet nights, you can hear the whispers of a child playing in an upstairs room of the old Victorian at the edge of town, a room with lavender walls, where a little girl named Alina has been waiting for decades for someone to open her door again. The new owners have painted the room blue. Crime 6, the contractor was removing drywall when he found a message carved into the wood frame, "Don't let her out again." Nailed to the beam was a bracelet made of braided hair. It looked freshly cut. Richard Moore had been renovating houses in the quiet suburb of Oakwood Falls, Massachusetts, for nearly 15 years. At 43, he'd seen his fair share of oddities hidden behind walls, old newspapers, forgotten toys, the occasional dead rodent. But nothing had prepared him for what he discovered that crisp October morning in 2018 at 237 Willow Lane. The house had stood vacant for almost 8 months. Its previous owners, the Hendersons, had moved out rather abruptly according to neighborhood gossip. The property had sold quickly and below market value to a young professional couple from Boston who hired Richard's company to modernize the dated interior before they moved in. It was during the demolition of a non-load-bearing wall between the dining room and kitchen that Richard's worker, Miguel, called him over with unusual urgency in his voice. Together they stared at the message carved with what appeared to be a knife or sharp tool, the letters jagged but deliberate. The bracelet, composed of dark brown hair with strands of gray woven throughout, was secured with a small, rusted nail. "We should call someone," Miguel whispered, his breath visible in the unheated house. Richard nodded slowly, pulling out his phone to contact the new owners, but something made him hesitate. He'd always prided himself on handling problems directly. Instead, he took several photos and carefully removed the hair bracelet, placing it in a plastic bag from his lunch. Later that evening, in the warm light of his home office, Richard examined the bracelet more closely. The hair was soft, likely human, and the braiding pattern complex, not something hastily created. More disturbing was the realization that the ends appeared to have been cut recently. There was none of the brittleness or discoloration one would expect from hair that had been hidden inside a wall for years. After a restless night, Richard decided to look into the house's history before alerting anyone else. The property records at the county office were straightforward. The Hendersons, David and Christine, had purchased the home in 2011 and sold it in late 2017. Nothing unusual, except perhaps the speed of the sale. Richard found Christine Henderson's social media account easily enough. Recent photos showed her smiling with friends in Florida. Her husband was notably absent from the pictures from the past year. Their daughter, Elise, appeared in older photos, a solemn girl with long, dark hair who would now be about 17. There were no recent images of her. Curiosity evolving into concern, Richard drove past the Hendersons' former residence after work the next day. The pre-winter twilight cast long shadows across the property as he slowed his truck. A neighbor was retrieving mail from a nearby mailbox. "Excuse me," Richard called through his lowered window. "I'm working on the old Henderson place. Did you know them well?" The woman, mid-60s, with a weathered face that suggested outdoor hobbies, regarded him cautiously before approaching. "Martha Nichols," she introduced herself, "lived here 23 years. The Hendersons were," she paused, choosing her words carefully, "private people. David was friendly enough, worked in pharmaceuticals. Christine kept to herself. The daughter, Elise, was homeschooled after some trouble at the middle school." "Trouble?" Richard prompted. Martha's expression tightened. Nothing criminal. The girl had episodes, emotional outbursts. Christine would say Elise was highly sensitive. Once, during a neighborhood barbecue, Elise became hysterical when another child accidentally stepped on a beetle. Christine had to take her home. After that, we saw less of them socially. Richard nodded, absorbing this information. "Do you know why they moved so suddenly?" Martha glanced toward the house before answering. "David left first, actually, around September 2017. Christine said he'd taken a job in Chicago, but there were rumors of marital problems. Then in December, Christine put the house up for sale with almost no warning, said she and Elise were joining David." She hesitated, but Mrs. Henderson from 2 streets over saw Christine at the airport alone, no Elise. A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air settled over Richard. "Have you seen Elise since they moved?" Martha shook her head slowly. "Christine posts on Facebook all the time from Florida now. always alone or with new friends, never mentions Elise or David. Richard thanked Martha and drove home in contemplative silence. That night he dreamed of walls that whispered. The next morning, Richard arrived at the Willow Lane house earlier than his crew. He stood in the now exposed space where the wall had been, examining the wooden frame more closely. Near the floor, almost hidden by a support beam, he noticed something he'd missed before, a small carved arrow pointing downward. The house had a partial basement, primarily used for utilities and storage according to the renovation plans. Richard descended the narrow stairs, the beam of his flashlight cutting through dust motes and shadows. The concrete floor was unremarkable except for one corner where it appeared somewhat newer than the rest, a slightly different shade with fewer cracks. Richard's heart beat faster as he moved closer. The patch was approximately 4 feet by 6 feet, large enough for a small room or perhaps a hiding place, or something else entirely. His phone rang, startling him so severely he nearly dropped his flashlight. It was his foreman, letting him know the crew was arriving. Richard mumbled something about being there shortly and ended the call, still staring at the patch of concrete. That evening, Richard contacted a friend at the local police department, Officer Sarah Malley, whom he'd known since high school. Over coffee at a quiet diner, he shared the strange discovery and his subsequent findings, showing her the photos and the hair bracelet. "I can't file an official report based on this, Rich," Sarah said after listening intently. "It could be anything, kids playing pranks, someone's idea of a joke. The hair is concerning, I'll admit, but without evidence of an actual crime." "Can you at least look into whether anyone filed a missing persons report for Elise Henderson?" Richard asked. Sarah sighed but nodded. "I'll see what I can find out, discreetly. In the meantime, don't mention this to your clients or crew. The last thing we need is rumors spreading." 3 days later, Sarah called Richard with uncomfortable news. No missing persons report had ever been filed for Elise Henderson. However, after some digging, she discovered that David Henderson had indeed moved to Chicago, where he was currently living with a new wife. When contacted casually by a Chicago colleague on an unrelated pretext, David mentioned that his daughter lived with her mother in Florida. "Everyone accounts for her existence, but no one seems to have actually seen her recently," Sarah concluded. "It's odd, but still not enough for an investigation." Richard made a decision that night. The renovation plans called for new flooring in the basement the following week. Before that happened, he needed to know what was under that patch of concrete. Saturday evening, after everyone had left for the weekend, Richard returned to 237 Willow Lane with a rotary hammer and several other tools. The house stood silent as he worked, breaking through the newer concrete section in the basement corner. The work was exhausting and loud, but he persisted until his tool broke through to a hollow space below. Shining his flashlight through the opening, Richard could make out what appeared to be a small chamber, roughly the size of a closet, dug into the earth beneath the foundation. Heart pounding, he widened the hole until he could lower himself into the space. The earthen room contained only a few items: a tattered blanket, an empty water bottle, and scratches on the dirt walls, marks that might have been made by fingernails. But most disturbing was a small pile in the corner, locks of hair, cut unevenly, similar to the hair in the bracelet he'd found. Richard backed out of the hole, hands shaking as he called Sarah. "You need to come see this," was all he said. The investigation that followed revealed the disturbing truth piece by piece. Elise Henderson had indeed experienced episodes, increasingly severe ones that her mother struggled to manage after David left. Neighbors reported hearing arguments, sometimes followed by extended periods of silence. Bank records showed Christine had canceled Elise's long-standing therapy appointments and medications in October 2017. But the most damning evidence came from Christine's own journal, discovered during a subsequent search of her Florida apartment. The final entries detailed her desperate attempts to cure Elise's condition through extreme isolation, episodes where she kept her daughter confined to prevent dangerous outbursts. When she's alone in the dark, she calms eventually, one entry read. It's the only way to make her normal again. The concrete room had been Christine's solution, a place to put Elise during her worst episodes. The carved warning and the bracelet were likely left by Christine herself, perhaps in a moment of remorse or as a message to future occupants about the dangerous girl who had lived there. As for Elise herself, her whereabouts remained unknown. Christine maintained that Elise had run away after their final argument just before the house sale, taking some money and leaving no trace. With no body and no concrete evidence of murder, prosecutors struggled to build a case beyond child endangerment and neglect. The community of Oakwood Falls was left with uncomfortable questions about how a girl could seemingly disappear without anyone noticing or asking questions. Richard Moore never returned to 237 Willow Lane after the investigation began, leaving the renovation unfinished. The young couple from Boston backed out of the purchase, and the house remained empty, its walls now keeping secrets that everyone knew but no one could fully explain. Sometimes late at night, Richard would wake suddenly, remembering the small carved arrow pointing downward, and wonder if there were other messages hidden throughout the house, other warnings that might have saved Elise Henderson, if only someone had looked more closely at what was written inside the walls. Crime 7, while moving boxes, she saw it, a small square panel bolted into the attic ceiling. Inside, an old wedding dress burned around the edges, and taped to the fabric, a photo of a woman who looked just like her, only with empty eye sockets. Eleanor Matheson had always been the quiet type. Growing up in Carsville, Minnesota, population 4,328, she preferred the company of books to people. Her father, the town's only dentist, had raised her alone after her mother left when she was just 3 years old. She just wasn't cut out for small-town life, he would explain, his voice always trailing off into silence afterward. At 32, Eleanor had returned to her childhood home after her father's passing. The sprawling Victorian house on Willow Lane had been in the family for generations, its pale blue paint now peeling around the edges like an old photograph fading with time. Coming back wasn't a choice she'd made willingly. Her graphic design career in Minneapolis had hit a wall, and the inheritance provided a safety net she desperately needed. Eleanor's routine became predictable within days of her return. Morning coffee on the wraparound porch, afternoons spent organizing her father's belongings, evenings lost in novels she'd read a dozen times before. The neighbors, mostly retirees who'd known her since childhood, waved from their yards but rarely approached. Eleanor preferred it that way. It was during the third week of September when she finally ventured into the attic. The space had always been forbidden territory when she was young, her father insisting the steep stairs were dangerous, the floor unstable. Now, as the sole owner, she needed to catalog everything before deciding what to do with the house. The attic air hung thick with dust, particles dancing in the thin beams of light filtering through the single circular window. Cardboard boxes labeled in her grandmother's elegant script lined the walls. Family photos, holiday decorations, old tax records. Eleanor methodically sorted through each one, her movements slow and purposeful in the oppressive heat. It was nearly sunset when she noticed it. While moving a heavy trunk marked winter clothes, she glanced up and saw a rectangular outline in the ceiling. A trapdoor roughly 2 feet by 2 feet, secured with 4 rusted bolts. It didn't match the rest of the attic's wooden beams and paneling. This was newer construction, perhaps added in the last 20 years. Alina stared at it, feeling a peculiar tightness in her chest. Her father had never mentioned additional storage space. For several minutes, she simply stood beneath it, contemplating whether to leave it alone. Some things, she thought, are locked away for good reasons. But curiosity eventually won. She dragged an old wooden chair beneath the trapdoor, climbed up, and examined the bolts. They were tight, but not impossible. Using a screwdriver from her father's toolbox, she worked them loose one by one, each turn producing a high-pitched squeal that echoed in the silence. When the final bolt came free, the panel didn't immediately give way as she expected. It seemed to be stuck, or perhaps held from above. Alina pushed gently at first, then with more force. With a sudden crack, the trapdoor swung upward, releasing a cascade of dust that made her cough and shield her eyes. When she could see again, she pointed her flashlight into the dark recess. The space was small, perhaps 3 feet deep, and completely empty except for a single white garment bag carefully laid flat. Alina reached up, her fingertips just grazing the plastic. She had to stand on her tiptoes, stretching until her muscles ached, but finally managed to hook 2 fingers around the edge and drag it toward her. The bag was heavier than it looked. She climbed down from the chair and laid it across a nearby trunk, unzipping it slowly. Inside was a wedding dress, ivory satin with delicate lace overlay, styled in a fashion popular in the late 1970s. The bodice and right sleeve were discolored and partially burned, the damage stopping just short of the heart. Alina ran her fingers over the charred fabric, confused. Her mother and father had married at the courthouse. She'd seen the photos. There had been no white dress, no ceremony. Whose dress was this, and why had it been hidden away? As she lifted the dress from the bag, something slipped free and fluttered to the floor. A Polaroid photograph, its colors muted with age. Alina picked it up, turning it toward the fading light from the window. The image showed a young woman standing on the porch of this very house. She wore a simple blue dress, her dark hair cut in a bob that framed her face. She was smiling, one hand resting on the porch railing. The resemblance was unmistakable. She could have been Alina's twin. But where her eyes should have been, someone had meticulously cut out 2 oval holes, leaving empty sockets that stared back at Alina. On the white border at the bottom, in handwriting Alina didn't recognize, Sarah, 1979. Sarah, a name her father had never mentioned. As the sun disappeared behind the trees outside, the temperature in the attic seemed to drop suddenly. Alina carefully returned the dress to its bag, but kept the photograph. She needed answers. The following morning, Alina visited the Carsville County Records office. The clerk, Mrs. Henley, had known Alina since she was a child. Looking up property information, she asked cheerfully. Actually, I'm trying to find information about someone who might have lived in our house before. A woman named Sarah, around 1979. Mrs. Henley's smile faltered almost imperceptibly. Research into residents, that's over at the Historical Society. Tuesdays and Thursdays only. That night, Alina couldn't sleep. The photograph sat on her nightstand, those empty eye sockets seeming to follow her movements around the room. Around midnight, she heard footsteps on the porch. Pulling back the curtain, she saw nothing but shadows. Yet when she checked the porch in the morning, a single cigarette butt lay near the steps. Alina hadn't smoked in years, and none of her neighbors did either. Thursday couldn't come fast enough. The Historical Society occupied the town's original library, a small brick building with green shutters. Inside, Alina found an elderly man arranging newspapers on a reading table. "I'm looking for information about a woman who might have lived in my house, the old Matheson place on Willow Lane, in the late 70s. The man adjusted his glasses. "That would be before your father bought it, wouldn't it? The house sat empty for almost a year after the incident." "Incident?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "You don't know. I assumed that's why you were asking." Alina showed him the photograph, carefully folding back the corner with the name. The color drained from his face. "Where did you get this?" "It's in my attic, hidden away." The man looked toward the front door, then back at Alina. Sarah Bishop. She was engaged to marry a local boy, Thomas Wells. Week before the wedding, there was a fire in the master bedroom. They found her inside. The dress, well, it was still on her when they found her. Alina felt the room tilt slightly. What happened to her fiancé? Left town right after. Some folks had their suspicions, but nothing was ever proven. The case went cold within a year. That evening, Alina sat at her kitchen table with the newspaper archives the Historical Society had let her copy. Articles about the fire were brief, clinical. Sarah Bishop, 29, local kindergarten teacher, tragic accident, investigation ongoing. Only her engagement announcement included a photograph, the same one Alina had found, but with the eyes intact. As she read, Alina became increasingly aware of soft noises coming from the attic. Gentle footsteps, the creak of floorboards, as if someone were pacing slowly back and forth. Over the next week, strange occurrences multiplied. Items moved when she wasn't looking. The smell of smoke would appear suddenly in rooms, then dissipate. Twice she found cigarette butts on the porch, always in the same spot. Alina began asking questions around town. Most people changed the subject immediately. Those who did remember Sarah described her as sweet and too trusting. At the senior center, Alina finally met Gladys Winters, who had been Sarah's neighbor. "That Thomas had a temper," Gladys whispered, her arthritic hands trembling around her teacup. "I heard them arguing the night before the fire, something about her wanting to call off the wedding." "Did the police know this?" "Everyone knew everything in this town, but Thomas's father was the police chief back then." That night, Alina dreamed of a woman in a burnt wedding dress standing at the foot of her bed, pointing silently toward the attic. She woke gasping for air, the smell of smoke so strong she checked every room for fire. The county sheriff was surprisingly receptive when Alina visited his office the next day. Sheriff Dalton, new to the position and eager to make his mark, listened carefully to her story. "We could reopen the case if there's new evidence," he said, examining the photograph. "But after 45 years, I'm not sure what we'd find." "What about Thomas Wells? Is he still alive?" Sheriff Dalton typed on his computer. "Apparently so, living in Wisconsin, about 3 hours from here." Alina's heart raced. "I want to talk to him." "That's not advisable, Ms. Matheson, if there was foul play." "I'll be careful, I need to know." The address led Alina to a small bungalow in a quiet suburb of Madison. The man who answered the door was stooped, his face deeply lined, hair completely white, but his eyes, sharp blue, showed no sign of aging. "Thomas Wells. He's stiffened, who's asking." Alina held up the photograph. I found this in my house, the old Bishop place in Carsville." The color drained from his face. Without a word, he stepped aside to let her in. His living room was sparsely furnished, dominated by a large bookshelf filled with medical texts. Thomas had become a burn specialist, Alina learned, working with victims of fire trauma until his retirement 5 years ago. "I didn't kill her," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper, "but I might as well have." The story emerged slowly. Sarah had wanted to break off the engagement after discovering Thomas had been unfaithful. The night before the wedding, they argued. Thomas stormed out, driving around for hours to cool off. When he returned before dawn, hoping to apologize, he found the house engulfed in flames. "I tried to get to her," he said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal ancient burn scars. "But the fire department pulled me back. They said she was already gone." "Then who cut out her eyes in this photo?" Alina asked. Thomas looked genuinely confused. "What are you talking about?" Alina handed him the photograph. His hands began to shake violently. This isn't how it was. I have the same photo. Her eyes are there." He hurried to a drawer and pulled out a nearly identical Polaroid. The same woman, same pose, but with dark eyes intact, smiling at the camera. On the bottom, "Sarah, 1979, forever yours." "Someone did this," Alina whispered. "Someone who knew what happened." Thomas's face had gone ashen. "There's something I never told the police, something I couldn't admit then." He took a deep breath. "Sarah called me that night after our fight, said someone had been watching the house, standing in the yard. She was scared." "And you didn't go back?" "I thought she was just trying to get me to come home. I was too proud." When Alina returned to Carsville, Sheriff Dalton had news. They'd found fingerprints on the photograph that didn't match Alina's or her father's. They were comparing them against cold cases from the era. Alina spent that night in a hotel. She couldn't bear to return to the house, not yet. As she drifted off to sleep, her phone buzzed with a text from the sheriff. "Match found, coming tomorrow." The fingerprints belonged to Robert Henley, Mrs. Henley's husband, who had died in 1998. Further investigation revealed he had been a volunteer firefighter in 1979, one of the first responders to Sarah's fire. And before that, he had dated Sarah briefly in high school. Mrs. Henley refused to speak when questioned, but in her attic, police found a box of newspaper clippings about the fire, several photographs of Sarah with the eyes removed, and a journal. The entries detailed Robert's obsession with Sarah, his rage when she became engaged to Thomas, and his plan to save her from a mistake. The final pages described how he had visited her that night and how things had gone wrong, how he had been called back to the same house as a firefighter, how no one ever suspected. The case was officially closed 46 years after Sarah Bishop's death. Thomas Wells attended the small memorial service held in the Carsville Cemetery, where Sarah's remains were finally moved from an unmarked grave to a proper headstone. Alina listed the house for sale the following week. As she packed her belongings, she made one final trip to the attic. The wedding dress was gone from its hidden compartment, taken as evidence by the sheriff's department, but in its place was a small blue hair ribbon, neatly folded, the same one Sarah wore in her photograph. Alina left it there, sealing the trapdoor tightly behind her. Some doors once opened can never truly be closed again. Crime 8. It was an unremarkable Tuesday in April when Sarah Linfield decided to renovate the spare bedroom of her newly purchased Victorian home in Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania. The 1890s house had been a steal, priced well below market value due to its state of disrepair and the fact that it had remained vacant for nearly 7 years. Sarah, a 34-year-old art teacher at the local high school, had fallen in love with the ornate crown moldings and the wraparound porch despite the peeling wallpaper and creaking floorboards. That particular afternoon, Sarah was hanging a framed watercolor, one of her own creations, on the north wall of what would soon become her home office. The first tap of the hammer produced an unexpectedly hollow sound. She paused, tapped again, and noticed how the sound resonated differently than it had on other walls. Setting down her hammer, Sarah ran her fingertips along the faded floral wallpaper, feeling a slight depression. Curiosity piqued. She pressed harder and felt the plaster give way beneath her fingers. "That's strange," she murmured to herself, alone in the empty house. Using a utility knife, Sarah carefully cut along what seemed to be a rectangular outline in the wall. As she peeled back the wallpaper and crumbling plaster, her fingers brushed against something fabric, something that didn't belong inside a wall. Reaching into the darkness of the small cavity, she pulled out a child's backpack, faded pink with a purple butterfly zipper pull, coated in a layer of dust and plaster debris. The backpack felt light but not empty. Sarah carried it to the window where afternoon light filtered through lace curtains she'd hung just days earlier. With latex-gloved hands, a habit from her art restoration hobby, she slowly unzipped the main compartment. Inside lay several candy wrappers, Starburst and Skittles from packaging designs that seemed at least a decade old. A small collection of what appeared to be chicken bones, cleaned and dried, a child's purple hair clip shaped like a dragonfly, and a folded piece of notebook paper, its college-ruled lines faded but still visible. Sarah unfolded it with trembling fingers. Written in purple marker in a child's unsteady handwriting were the words, "He said if I stayed quiet, no one would ever know." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The air in the room suddenly felt colder, heavier. Oak Ridge had been a prosperous coal mining town in the early 1900s, but by 2015, when Sarah purchased the house at 742 Sycamore Street, it had become another struggling post-industrial community in Pennsylvania's forgotten interior. The previous owners, the Conrads, had moved to Florida after Herbert Conrad's retirement from the local paper mill. Before them, records showed the house had belonged to the Mercer family from 1998 to 2016. Detective James Holloway of the Oak Ridge Police Department sat across from Sarah at her kitchen table 3 days after her discovery. The backpack now rested in an evidence bag between them. "We've pulled the missing persons reports for the area during the Mercers' time in the house," Holloway explained, his voice gentle but professional. He was in his early 50s, with salt and pepper hair and the patient eyes of someone who had seen too much but hadn't lost his humanity. There were 3 children reported missing in Oak Ridge between 1998 and 2016. 2 were found within 48 hours, teenage runaways. The 3rd case remains unsolved. He slid a photograph across the table. A smiling girl with auburn hair and pigtails and a gap-toothed grin looked back at them. Emily Winters, age 8, disappeared on October 17, 2011, while walking home from Oak Ridge Elementary. She lived 3 blocks from here on Maple Drive. Holloway paused, allowing Sarah to absorb this information. Her backpack was described as pink with purple butterflies. Sarah's stomach tightened as she looked at Emily's photograph. The girl's eyes seemed to follow her, pleading silently from across the years. "The Mercers," Sarah said slowly. "What can you tell me about them?" Richard and Diane Mercer, two children of their own, both adults now living out of state. Richard worked as a school janitor at Oak Ridge Elementary until 2012, when he took a maintenance position at the community college. Diane was a part-time librarian. Holloway flipped through his notepad. Neither had any criminal record. They were interviewed after Emily's disappearance, as were all school employees, but nothing stood out. Richard had an alibi. He was fixing a boiler with another maintenance worker when Emily went missing. And they moved away in 2016. Why? According to neighbors, Diane had family in Arizona. Richard had developed some health issues, emphysema from years of smoking. The dry air was supposed to help. Sarah stared at the backpack. What if they hid this? "We don't know that they did," Holloway cautioned. "That house changed hands. The Conrads lived there for 2 years after the Mercers, and there's no proof yet that this backpack belonged to Emily Winters. We'll need to run tests, speak to her parents." "Her parents are still in Oak Ridge." Holloway nodded solemnly. "Her mother is divorced about a year after Emily disappeared. The father moved to Ohio. These cases..." He trailed off, seeming to choose his words carefully. "They destroy families." Lisa Winters had aged beyond her 45 years. Grief had etched permanent lines around her eyes and mouth, giving her face a perpetually weary expression. When Detective Holloway showed her the backpack, her hands trembled as she reached for the butterfly zipper pull. "I bought this for her 5th birthday," she whispered. She loved butterflies, collected them, not real ones, just pictures, stickers. A sob caught in her throat. "Is she, did you find?" "Just the backpack for now, Mrs. Winters," Holloway said gently. "But this is the first real lead we've had in years." The DNA tests confirmed what they already suspected. The hair caught in the backpack's zipper belonged to Emily Winters. The handwriting on the note matched samples from Emily's school assignments. The investigation that had gone cold years ago suddenly roared back to life. The case became the talk of Oak Ridge. Older residents remembered the search parties that had combed the woods and creek beds for weeks after Emily vanished. Younger ones grew up with Emily's story as a cautionary tale. Don't talk to strangers, don't walk alone, remember what happened to the Winters girl. Sarah found herself at the center of unwanted attention. Local news vans parked outside her Victorian home. Neighbors she hadn't met stopped by with casseroles and questions. Some nights she would stand at her bedroom window, watching as curious teenagers walked slowly past her house, pointing up at the room where the backpack had been found. 3 weeks after Sarah's discovery, Detective Holloway returned with a forensic team. They removed the entire section of wall, carefully examining the cavity and the surrounding structure. Behind the drywall, they found a small nook that appeared to have been part of the original chimney design, later sealed off during renovations. "Whoever put the backpack here knew about this space," Holloway explained. "It wasn't just stuffed randomly into a hole." What they found next changed everything. Tucked into a crevice at the back of the cavity was a rusted key attached to a metal ring. Engraved on the ring were the letters RM. Richard Mercer. Richard Mercer had died of complications from emphysema in a Phoenix hospice facility in 2018. His widow, Diane, claimed complete shock when Arizona authorities questioned her about the backpack and key. Richard was good with children, she insisted during her interview. Everyone loved him. The kids at school would high-five him in the hallways. But but as questioning continued, inconsistencies in her story emerged. She eventually revealed that Richard had come home unusually late on October 17, 2011, the day Emily disappeared. He said he had to stay late to fix a leak in the boys' bathroom, Diane explained, her voice barely audible. But his clothes. I remember thinking it was strange that his clothes were damp. He said he got wet fixing the pipes, but it wasn't like him to not change at work. The alibi that had cleared Richard Mercer in 2011, that he was fixing a boiler with another maintenance worker, began to unravel. The co-worker, when re-interviewed, admitted that Richard had left him alone for maybe an hour and a half that afternoon. He had covered for his friend, not thinking Richard could be involved in anything sinister. A search of the Mercers' Arizona home revealed a locked shed in the backyard. Inside, detectives found a collection of children's hair clips, including several dragonfly-shaped ones matching the one in Emily's backpack. Beneath the floorboards of the shed, wrapped in plastic, was a child's shoe, later confirmed to be Emily's. 2 years after Sarah's discovery, the fields behind Oak Ridge Elementary School were excavated based on information from Diane Mercer, who had finally broken her silence in exchange for immunity from prosecution as an accessory after the fact. On a cool autumn morning, not unlike the day Emily had disappeared, her remains were recovered from a shallow grave beneath what had once been the school's equipment shed, demolished during renovations in 2013. The community of Oak Ridge gathered for a proper funeral, finally laying to rest a child who had haunted their collective consciousness for over a decade. Lisa Winters placed a butterfly-shaped wreath on her daughter's casket. Sarah attended the service, standing quietly at the back of the crowded church. She had never known Emily Winters in life, yet she felt inexplicably connected to her in death. Sometimes, alone in her house late at night, Sarah would find herself standing in the spare room, staring at the repaired wall, wondering if she could have somehow sensed what was hidden there when she first walked through the empty house. The Victorian on Sycamore Street would always carry the whispers of its dark secret. But Sarah chose to stay, feeling somehow that her presence there honored the memory of a little girl who had once tried to leave a message for someone to find, someone who would finally help her be heard, long after she had been silenced. As Detective Holloway had told her when the case was finally closed, sometimes the dead speak to us in ways we least expect. Emily found her voice through you. Sarah hung her watercolor on a different wall, and on the repaired north wall she placed a framed photograph of butterflies in flight, a silent tribute to a child she never knew but would never forget. Crime 9, the abandoned property had been stripped bare, but each time she visited something was different. A light bulb replaced, a cabinet door closed, a chair turned toward the window. One day she found a plate set for two, next to it a receipt for groceries with her name on it. Lauren Ashford had always felt drawn to abandoned places. As a real estate photographer specializing in historic properties in the small town of Millfield, Connecticut, she developed a reputation for capturing the silent dignity of forgotten homes. Her Instagram account, Left Behind Lens, had amassed a modest following of 50,000 people who shared her fascination with peeling wallpaper and dust-covered chandeliers. The Harmon House on Sycamore Lane was different, though. Built in 1932 by local lumber magnate Theodore Harmon, the colonial revival had once been the jewel of the neighborhood. But after the mysterious disappearance of the final owner, Marion Harmon, Theodore's granddaughter, in 2018, the property had fallen into a peculiar kind of neglect. The bank had foreclosed, but multiple sales had fallen through. Locals whispered that the house had bad energy. Lauren first entered the Harmon house on October 12, 2023. A small local agency had finally listed the property again, and her services were required to make the dilapidated structure appear salvageable online. She remembered the chill that ran through her body when she first pushed open the heavy oak door. The house had been emptied, furniture removed, fixtures pulled from walls, even the stair banister stripped away, likely by scavengers or the previous owners. "It's just a shell now," the realtor, Dave Klein, had told her as he handed over the lockbox code. "Take whatever shots you can to make it look decent. The company's selling it as a renovation opportunity, so they don't expect miracles." Lauren nodded, but already she felt something that she couldn't explain, a familiarity, as if she'd been here before, though she knew she hadn't. She returned 3 days later to capture the property in different lighting. This time she came alone. Dave had given her permission to use the lockbox whenever she needed. It was then that she noticed the first change, a single light bulb in the kitchen, screwed into a fixture that had been empty during her previous visit. "Dave must have put it in," she murmured to herself, though the realtor had mentioned nothing about preparing the property. The bulb didn't work. There was no electricity running to the house, but its presence nagged at her. On her third visit, October 19th, she discovered that one of the kitchen cabinet doors that had been hanging from a single hinge was now properly closed. On October 23rd, she found that a wooden chair, the only piece of furniture left in the house, had been moved from the corner of the dining room to face the bay window overlooking the overgrown garden. Each change was small, almost imperceptible. Lauren began to doubt herself. Had the chair always been by the window? Had she simply not noticed the light bulb during her first walkthrough? But she was a professional, trained to observe details. She knew what she had seen. Lauren didn't tell anyone about the changes. Not Dave, not her boyfriend Michael, not her best friend Tara. Something kept her silent, a mixture of curiosity and an inexplicable sense that these discoveries were meant for her alone. She began visiting the Harmon house more frequently, always with the excuse of needing additional photographs. In truth, she had completed her assignment after the second visit. The real estate agency had already uploaded her carefully edited images to their website, but still, she returned. October turned to November, and the house continued its subtle transformation. On November 7th, Lauren found a stack of newspapers neatly piled on the kitchen counter. They were dated from the week Marion Harmon had disappeared 5 years earlier. On November 12th, the water faucet in the downstairs bathroom, which had been removed, had been reinstalled, though no water flowed when she turned the handle. And then on November 15th, she entered the dining room to find a plate set for two at the table that had previously been bare. Next to one of the plates was a receipt from Millfield Market, dated that very morning. Lauren's hands trembled as she picked it up. At the top of the receipt, written in neat handwriting, was her name, Lauren Ashford. The items purchased were ordinary bread, eggs, coffee, apples, things she would buy herself. But she hadn't been to Millfield Market that day. She hadn't purchased these items. Lauren sank into the chair facing the window, her heart racing. She should leave, she knew that, call the police perhaps. Someone was clearly entering the house, watching her, maybe following her. And yet the fear she felt was tangled with something else. A strange sense of recognition, of coming home. That evening, when Michael asked about her day, she lied. She said she'd been photographing a new property across town. The truth felt too fragile to share, as if speaking about the Harmon house might break whatever thread was pulling her back there. The next morning, Lauren called in sick to work and drove directly to the house. This time she brought her high-end camera, determined to document the changes, but when she entered, nothing seemed out of place from her previous visit. The plate settings remained untouched. The receipt still bore her name. She moved through the rooms, photographing everything. In the master bedroom upstairs, she opened the closet door and froze. Hanging inside was a single dress, navy blue with small white flowers. Lauren recognized it immediately. It was identical to one she owned, a favorite she'd worn just last week. With shaking fingers, she checked the size on the tag. It matched her own. The brand was the same. It could have been taken from her own closet. As she backed away from the closet, her camera captured a face in the bedroom mirror, just for an instant. Dark hair, pale skin. Lauren's heart stopped as she rushed to review the image on her camera's display screen. The photo showed only the empty room reflected in the dusty mirror. But she knew what she had seen, not a stranger's face, her own. Detective Sandra Powell had been with the Millfield Police Department for 15 years. She'd handled domestic disputes, drug busts, and the occasional assault, but Millfield wasn't known for major crimes. The disappearance of Marion Harmon 5 years earlier remained the department's only open missing persons case. When Lauren Ashford walked into the station on November 17th, Detective Powell was finishing paperwork on a minor vandalism case. The young woman looked pale, her hands fidgeting with the strap of her camera bag as she asked to speak to someone about a situation at the Harmon house. Powell's interest was immediately piqued. She led Lauren to a small interview room and listened as the photographer recounted her experiences, the subtle changes to the house, the receipt with her name, the dress identical to her own. "I know how this sounds," Lauren said finally. "Like I'm imagining things, but I'm not. Something's happening in that house and somehow it's connected to me." Detective Powell studied the young woman. Lauren Ashford appeared rational, if frightened. She wasn't known to the department. A quick background check showed no history of mental health issues or criminal activity. "You mentioned Marion Harmon," Powell said carefully. "The previous owner who disappeared. Did you know her?" Lauren shook her head. "No, I moved to Millfield 3 years ago. She was already gone by then. I only know what everyone else knows from the news stories." Powell nodded slowly. Marion was 32 when she vanished. No signs of forced entry at the house. No evidence of foul play. She simply wasn't there one morning when her colleague came to pick her up for work. What Powell didn't mention was how the case had haunted her. The complete absence of clues. The way Marion's life had been perfectly intact. Clothes in closets, food in refrigerator, car in garage, as if she'd stepped out for a moment and would return any second. "I'd like to see these changes you've documented," Powell said finally. They drove separately to the Harmon house. Lauren unlocked the front door with the realtor's code and led the detective inside. But as they moved through the rooms, Lauren's face grew increasingly confused. The plate settings were gone from the dining table. The dress had vanished from the upstairs closet. Even the light bulb in the kitchen fixture had disappeared. "I swear it was all here," Lauren said, her voice cracking. "You have to believe me." Detective Powell said nothing as she examined the empty house. Finally, she asked to see the photographs Lauren had taken the previous day. Lauren pulled out her camera, turning it on, but as she scrolled through the images, her face drained of color. "They're gone," she whispered. "All of them. There's nothing but empty rooms." Powell watched the young woman carefully. Was this an elaborate hoax, a cry for attention, or something more concerning, a mental health crisis, perhaps? "Ms. Ashford," she said gently, "I think you should consider talking to someone. Stress can sometimes cause us to..." I'm not making this up, Lauren interrupted. And I'm not crazy. Here the receipt. I put it in my bag yesterday. She frantically searched her purse, emptying the contents onto the dusty floor. Lipstick, wallet, phone, keys, but no receipt. Detective Powell helped Lauren gather her belongings and suggested they leave the house. Outside in the pale November sunlight, Lauren seemed to regain some composure. "I'm sorry for wasting your time," she said quietly. "Maybe I have been working too hard." Powell handed Lauren her card. "Call me if anything else happens, anything at all." What Detective Powell didn't tell Lauren was that 5 years earlier, when processing Marion Harmon's house after her disappearance, they had found something peculiar. A camera containing photographs of rooms in the house that showed furniture and decorations that weren't physically present. And a single receipt from Millfield Market with a name written at the top, not Marion's name, but one the detective had never forgotten. Lauren Ashford. A name that meant nothing 5 years ago. The name of a woman who, according to records, didn't move to town until 2 years after Marion vanished. As Lauren drove away, Detective Powell remained standing in front of the Harmon house, a chill running down her spine that had nothing to do with the November air. Through an upstairs window, she could swear she saw the shadow of someone watching, someone with long dark hair like Lauren's. Or perhaps like Marion's. The houses on Sycamore Lane stood silent, keeping their secrets. And somewhere between the walls of the Harmon house, time folded in on itself, as it had been doing for generations, drawing certain souls into its peculiar orbit. Lauren Ashford wouldn't return to the house again, not on that timeline at least. But somewhere in another fold of reality, another Lauren was just discovering a light bulb that hadn't been there before. And the house continued rebuilding itself, one small change at a time. Story 10. The new occupants initially believed it was merely peeling wallpaper. But as they delicately peeled it away, the hidden layers beneath unveiled a different narrative. Inked on the wall repeatedly was a name. The identical name filling every space of the wall, scripted in a frenzied, uneven manner. It wasn't the name of the former proprietors. It wasn't documented anywhere. Yet upon searching online, they stumbled upon a solitary result, a missing persons case from ages past. And the most unsettling revelation. The woman captured in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had passed them the keys to the house. Michael and Sarah Klein had no immediate plans to refurbish the Victorian-era abode. The enchanting old domicile came at an unexpectedly affordable price, and the previous owner, a reserved, graceful woman with silver-streaked dark hair, seemed eager to sell, mentioning her relocation to another part of the country. The couple had been captivated by the home's allure, its intricate woodwork and lofty ceilings whispering tales of a bygone era. It all began with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowing discoloration spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael prodded it with his fingers, the paper crumbled, unveiling another stratum beneath. Intrigued, they cautiously peeled back the damaged portion. The first layer exposed outdated paisley designs from what they presumed to be the 1970s. Below that, striped paper from an earlier era. But as they persisted, something unexpected emerged in the third layer. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not random scrawls, but a name, Eleanor Winters, repeated endlessly, the handwriting growing increasingly frantic and erratic across the wall. "Who is Eleanor Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingers tracing the manic script. The discovery unsettled them both. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop aglow, scouring property records. The house had changed ownership multiple times over the years. No trace of Alina Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who had handed them the keys was identified as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, clutching a mug of coffee. Try searching just the name. The internet search yielded scant results until they stumbled upon an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Alina Winters, aged 27, reported missing during the winter. The monochrome photograph depicted a young woman with dark hair and distinct eyes that mirrored those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house. "This article dates back 30 years, Michael murmured, his voice barely audible above the refrigerator's hum. Margaret would be roughly the right age now, but Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never received closure, no body found, no suspects identified. Their curiosity morphed into an obsession. Sarah reached out to the former homeowners, tracing back through county records. The renovation came to a standstill as they dedicated their evenings to this impromptu investigation. They discovered that Margaret Cavendish had possessed the house for merely 7 months before selling it to them, an anomaly considering the extensive paperwork and inspections they had undergone. The detective assigned to the cold case had retired long ago. Upon Michael's tracking down of the retired detective, the man recalled the case vividly. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he recounted the investigation. Alina Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of a struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case went cold quickly, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before inquiring, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence lingered on the line. "No, the name doesn't ring a bell." "Why?" When they divulged their discovery and shared photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective pledged to make some inquiries. Within days, a detective from the current force reached out to them, seeking permission to scrutinize the wall. Their abode transformed into an active crime scene. Forensic teams meticulously documented and removed portions of the wallpaper. Analysis disclosed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts compared the wall inscriptions to samples of Alina's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The results were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah stumbled upon a concealed space beneath the bedroom closet's floorboards. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All bore the same face with subtle discrepancies: hair color, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, aligned with their home seller. When authorities attempted to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she had provided, it turned out to be non-existent. Her phone number was defunct. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had vanished, akin to Alina Winters decades earlier. Then came the revelation that fundamentally shifted the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands recovered from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters. However, fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched a different profile entirely, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been institutionalized shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had eluded the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records unveiled something disconcerting: one of her documented alternate personalities identified as Alina. The investigation unveiled that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood companion, fixated on her to the point of imitation. When Alina rebuffed her increasingly unsettling advances, something within Rebecca fractured. She adopted Alina's identity literally and metaphorically, and fashioned an intricate web of personas to sustain the facade. The scribbled name represented Rebecca's desperate bid to grasp onto reality, to recollect who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both a confession and a prison, a tangible manifestation of her fragmented psyche. Sarah and Michael observed from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had abruptly heated up. The remains unearthed from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was ultimately apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. Confronted with evidence, the persona presenting as Margaret crumbled, giving way to another one who admitted to killing Alina in a fit of jealousy. The names on the wall had served as both a memorial and a manifestation of guilt, inscribed by a fractured mind striving to cling onto fragments of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their dream abode became infamous, a footnote in true crime history, forever etched as the house where the walls themselves confessed to murder. Story 11, she wiped away the mist on the mirror, meeting her own gaze. Yet a sense of unease crept in, a feeling that something was amiss. Her reflection appeared normal, her attire unchanged. However, with each passing moment, a subtle disquiet lingered. A flicker caught in the corner of her vision, a motion not her own. And as she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. This was the curious beginning of Rebecca Thorne's enigma, unfolding within the confines of her bathroom. What transpired next puzzled investigators and left a community in a state of lingering bewilderment. Rebecca resided solo in a humble abode nestled in a tranquil suburban enclave, known to her acquaintances as meticulous, introverted, a woman who embraced solitude while maintaining amiable relations with neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst at a mid-sized firm delineated her existence by routine and exactitude. There was no indication that she would emerge as the focal point of one of the most enigmatic criminal inquiries in years to come. The initial occurrence seemed trivial. Rebecca noticed minor displacements of objects in her home, no items missing, merely rearranged. A mug shifted to a different shelf, books repositioned, her toothbrush on the opposite side of the sink. She brushed off these peculiarities as fleeting lapses, attributing them to prolonged hours spent under harsh fluorescent lights, scrutinizing spreadsheets until her sight blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of disruptions, finally reached out to the authorities. The preliminary evaluation, no evident criminal activity, possibly a matter for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the grievance but consigned it to the stack of low-priority cases. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw later attested. No signs of forced entry, no missing belongings, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease in her own dwelling. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca recounted the episode vividly, how her reflection appeared to move independently, how she felt under surveillance even in solitude. This time she provided proof. A self-installed security camera aimed at her front door. The footage unveiled a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning. Yet 20 minutes later, an individual identical to Rebecca used a key to access her residence. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of manipulation or digital tampering. None were found. The intruder mirrored Rebecca's movements, attire, even carrying the same distinctive leather bag that she owned. However, according to time-stamped records from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with eerie precision." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints within the dwelling matched solely with Rebecca's. No foreign DNA was detected. Neighbors reported witnessing nothing out of the ordinary, merely Rebecca coming and going as usual. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned greeting Rebecca upon her return one evening and receiving no response, a behavior she found uncharacteristic but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her home multiplied. Food vanished from her refrigerator that she had no recollection of consuming. Her computer displayed searches she had not initiated. Most disconcerting were the photographs on her mobile device, self-portraits resembling her, yet she had no memory of capturing them. In some images, her countenance appeared subtly awry, the smile too wide or the eyes excessively intense. "I feel as though I am descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third encounter. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating it to seem so." A breakthrough emerged when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger solely infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery trips, pre-planned activities with foreseeable durations. "Someone is intimately acquainted with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't arbitrary, it's calculated surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated that they confronted a fixation case, someone fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, living her life, conceivably with intentions of eventual substitution. Such instances were infrequent but documented in psychological annals. The perpetrator typically underwent a psychological rupture, fixating on a victim embodying qualities they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed its focus when Rebecca mentioned a former coworker, Lily Winters, dismissed following a series of increasingly erratic actions. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their resemblances. Subsequent to her termination, she dispatched a sequence of unsettling emails to Rebecca. "We could be mirror images," one correspondence read. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to search Lily's residence. The findings altered the trajectory of the case from unnerving to harrowing. A chamber in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were adorned with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her residence, shopping, socializing, all captured without her knowledge. A wardrobe in a closet harbored precise duplicates of Rebecca's attire. Makeup brands identical to those favored by Rebecca adorned a vanity alongside meticulous notes detailing her idiosyncrasies, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The evolution was evident. Initial endeavors were clumsy and conspicuous, subsequent ones nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to embody me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she was obliterating me." Forensic specialists unearthed sophisticated equipment for crafting key duplicates and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had maintained an intricate system for monitoring Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with meticulous prognostications of her schedule. What confounded investigators was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her residence contained rambling entries that oscillated between the first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as both me and her within the same paragraph. The conclusive entry sent chills through the investigative team. Soon, only one of us will remain. The stronger one will prevail. When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Traces of her abrupt departure were evident in her apartment drawers left ajar, certain devices absent. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was relocated to a secure refuge under protective custody, with continual surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every locale associated with her previous life. Lily failed to materialize. The case took a disquieting turn when a security officer at Rebecca's former workplace reported a peculiar occurrence. Rebecca had been sighted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage corroborated the claim. An individual resembling Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the premises, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. Rebecca, safeguarded in a fortified safe house, could not have been present at the office. The implications grew evident. Lily had not absconded, she had made her move. Henceforth, she inhabited Rebecca's life, assuming her identity while the authentic Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unresolved. Lily Winters evaded capture. Rebecca Thorne refrained from resuming her former life, opting to forge a fresh identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw maintains a photograph on her desk, 2 women strikingly similar in appearance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Sometimes she scrutinizes their countenances, seeking disparities, the subtle nuances that would distinguish one from the other. The truly chilling aspect Shaw often imparts to rookie detectives is not that someone can mirror your appearance or voice. It's the fervor with which they aspire to assume your identity, to the extent that they erase themselves in the process. Identity transcends mere outward projection. It is a treasure we safeguard vigilantly. And sometimes its worth dawns upon us only when it is threatened with theft. Story 12. In the quiet stillness of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the mail for Sarah Miller. Wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address, the single brass key exuded an air of aged familiarity. As Sarah tried it in every lock she owned, a sense of unease settled within her, for none turned at its touch. Perplexed, she placed the key on her coffee table, where the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single haunting chime, despite its years of silence. Sarah, unsettled by this inexplicable occurrence, reported the strange incident to the authorities. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer took the key as evidence, unaware of the sinister chain of events it would set in motion. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, received the case file and found himself captivated by the enigmatic brass key. Background checks on Sarah revealed a life devoid of suspicion, a retired teacher with no criminal record, leading a quiet existence with her children far away. Forensic analysis yielded no fingerprints on the key except for Sarah's own. The postmarked envelope divulged no clues, and the key itself, though worn with time, bore no distinctive markings. It was a standard Schlage key, unassuming yet harboring a dark secret. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon delved into the department's database, uncovering a chilling connection. The key's unique pattern matched one from a cold case file, revealing a storage unit filled with horrors, blood-stained carpet, tools of violence, and images of unidentified women. As the investigation deepened, Sarah's world turned into a labyrinth of fear. She fortified her home with new locks and security systems, haunted by the unanswered question, why had this key found its way to her? A breakthrough came when a distant familial match was found through genealogical databases, leading the investigators to Harold Jenkins, a seemingly unremarkable man who had lived near Sarah. Further digging unveiled a dark past, shrouded in mystery and malevolence. The true extent of the horror was unearthed when a hidden room filled with brass keys was discovered beneath Jenkins' deceased mother's cabin. Each key bore a name and date, unlocking a nightmarish reality of unspeakable crimes. As the manhunt for Jenkins intensified, the community shuddered at the revelation of a monster in their midst. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that sent shivers down spines nationwide. In a final confrontation, Jenkins took his own life, leaving behind a journal detailing his atrocities and a chilling message for Sarah, a message that echoed the haunting truth of his twisted obsessions. The investigation uncovered 32 victims, bringing closure to families long haunted by uncertainty. Yet, for Sarah, the ordeal left an indelible scar, a reminder of the darkness lurking beneath the veneer of normalcy. The brass keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, remain in an evidence locker, a poignant testament to lives cut short and the chilling reality of predators hidden in plain sight. Story 13: The Mystical Mask. The quaint costume emporium was in its final days, the air heavy with the scent of nostalgia as old treasures found new homes. Among the dwindling relics, a woman's fingers alighted on a mask nestled on a forgotten shelf, its delicate features both enchanting and eerily lifelike. The cashier hesitated when the woman placed it on the counter, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. "That's not from our collection," he murmured, casting a wary glance at the mysterious mask. Perplexed, the woman sought a tag but found none. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to claim it as her own and carried it to her abode. That fateful night, as the world slumbered in silence, a soft rustle stirred the woman from her dreams, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her eyes fluttered open, heart quickening with a sense of unease. The mask, once perched on her dresser, now sat solemnly on the nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was discovered by a concerned neighbor at dawn. The front door stood ajar, inviting the morning light to spill into the dimly lit interior. Intent on returning a borrowed book, the neighbor stumbled upon a chilling tableau that would bewilder investigators for years to come. Catherine's lifeless form lay sprawled on the bedroom floor, the enigmatic mask conspicuously absent. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, her presence a beacon of authority amidst the somber setting. As forensics meticulously documented the room, the rhythmic clicks of shutters punctuated the hushed whispers that hung heavy in the air. "No signs of forced entry," observed an officer, pen scratching against paper. The detective's keen gaze swept over the room, absorbing every minute detail: a partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand. Everything seemed ordinary, save for the tragedy that had shattered the tranquility of the home. The medical examiner, his countenance grave, crouched beside Catherine's form. The cause of death eludes initial assessment. "No visible wounds, no indications of a struggle," he remarked, gesturing toward her frozen expression of terror. The detective knelt beside him, her voice barely above a whisper. Something drove her to the brink of fear. Catherine had been a connoisseur of art, renowned for her discerning eye and passion for authenticity. Colleagues spoke of her meticulous nature, her ability to discern the genuine from the counterfeit with unparalleled precision. She had a gift for spotting discrepancies, her employer recounted during interviews. The detective pondered whether this gift had inadvertently led to her tragic demise. Surveillance footage from the costume shop unveiled a perplexing reality. The cashier's genuine bewilderment at the mask's origin was palpable, prompting a consultation with the shop owner, who disavowed any association with the enigmatic artifact. Although the audio was indistinct, lip-reading experts later confirmed the owner's denial. We have never stocked an item of this nature. A visit to the now vacant costume shop unearthed unsettling truths. The shop owner, fraught with nervous energy, divulged the mask's sudden appearance during a clearance sale, its origins shrouded in mystery. It materialized during the sale. None of us recall its provenance. It was never part of our inventory, he confessed. Under pressure, he reluctantly disclosed a history of peculiar occurrences following acquisitions from the estate of a deceased collector entangled in enigmatic circumstances. A breakthrough emerged when forensic analysis revealed microscopic fibers entwined in Catherine's grasp. She clutched onto something, the lab technician elucidated, peculiar fibers of an archaic nature, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic compound defying conventional classification. The investigation unraveled a tapestry of inexplicable deaths spanning decades, each victim acquiring a peculiar mask preceding their demise, each bearing an expression of unadulterated terror, each case a riddle left unsolved. A retired detective, privy to a similar enigma, offered a cryptic rendezvous. In a dimly lit chamber, he proffered a weathered file, hands trembling with the weight of untold secrets. Inscribed within the masks, hidden behind the fabric, ancient symbols whispered of a ritual entwining souls, he divulged. A journal clandestinely concealed within Catherine's abode unveiled a harrowing narrative. Her final entry chronicled a creeping sense of surveillance, an ominous presence lurking within her sanctuary. Delving into the mask's lineage post the cashier's disquieting reaction, she connected it to a lineage of inexplicable demises. The mask stirs, her frantic script confessed. It observes me in my slumber. Encrypted symbols within mirror those of unsolved cases. The collector, guardian of these cursed visages, succumbed similarly. Each mask craves a life ere it moves on, a malevolent entity seeking a new host with the discernment to unravel its true nature. The detective pieced together the fragments of evidence, the enigmatic fibers, Catherine's meticulous research, the chilling pattern of inexplicable deaths. The medical examiner, after exhaustive scrutiny, ascertained the cause of demise, cardiac arrest induced by sheer terror. What phantasmal terror could extinguish a soul with such finality? The narrative took a sinister turn as surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor captured a figure emerging from Catherine's abode, shrouded in a mask reminiscent of her countenance. A mimicry of her gait, an emulation marred by mechanical stiffness, hinted at a sinister charade, a macabre puppetry of stolen identity. An alert was sounded for the vanished mask, yet it eluded capture until half a year later, when reports surfaced of its reappearance in a distant vintage boutique. By the time investigators arrived, the mask had vanished into obscurity, its purchaser's identity a nebulous enigma. The case lingered in the twilight zone of the unsolved, a haunting enigma defying closure. The detective harbored Catherine's journal in her sanctum, a tangible reminder of a truth too arcane for official annals. In the stillness of night, she would startle awake, a spectral sense of scrutiny pervading her abode. Ensuring every window was secured, every lock engaged, she sought respite from the specter of the mask that awaited its next unwitting host, a spectral vessel traversing epochs, ensnaring souls in a ceaseless cycle that commenced eons ago and persists to this day. The mask lingers, biding its time, awaiting the fateful encounter that would usher in a new chapter of dread, a nocturnal dance of shadows, a macabre waltz of the unseen, hungry for the essence that dwells behind mortal eyes. Story 14: The Enigmatic Manor. The new inhabitants brushed off the peculiar crackling of the old intercom system late at night as a mere quirk, an artifact from a bygone era, reconfigured but left to collect dust in the shadows of time. Until one fateful night, curiosity got the best of the husband and he pressed the button. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words echoed in the dimly lit room, startling him to his core. His wife, peering over his shoulder, denied ever uttering those haunting words. Nestled amidst ancient oak trees, the Victorian manor exuded an air of mystery, its weathered façade concealing a modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to its historical charm, had acquired the property at a surprisingly affordable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the sale. The intercom system, a relic linking all rooms, had captivated the history-loving couple from the start. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel beneath her tires whispering a soft welcome. Initially dispatched for a possible break-in, the cryptic tone of the dispatcher hinted at a deeper enigma. Daniel, his complexion ashen under the porch light, welcomed Detective Reeves into the grand foyer, his voice trembling as he recounted the unsettling events. The intercom, once a mere conduit for static, had transformed into a channel for mysterious whispers that both he and his wife had heard. In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, her hands clenched around a steaming cup left untouched. Without preamble, she disclosed a startling revelation: they had uncovered a hidden chamber behind a wall while renovating the kitchen pantry. Within the concealed space, wrapped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal bearing the elegant yet frantic script of its author, Eleanor, the home's previous inhabitant. The entries chronicled Eleanor's mounting apprehension of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The final journal entry, dated 3 decades prior, marked the sudden cessation of her writings. Vincent and Eleanor Blackwood, the former owners, had a dark tale entwined with the manor's history. Vincent had sold the house shortly after Eleanor's disappearance, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Forensic analysis unearthed skeletal remains beneath the garden shed, belonging to a woman in her 40s with signs of fatal head trauma. A gold wedding band inscribed with "To Eleanor, my eternal love," provided a damning link to Vincent's sinister past. In a chilling confession, Vincent confessed to silencing Eleanor, citing her incessant presence through the intercom as his motive. The trial swiftly concluded with Vincent pleading guilty to murder, his meticulously crafted facade crumbling under the weight of evidence. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's secrets, sold the property, bidding farewell to its dark past. Before departing, they held a solemn memorial for Eleanor in the restored garden, a gesture of closure for a life unjustly taken. As the intercom system was dismantled by the new owners during renovations, workers reported hearing eerie whispers amid the static, attributing it to mere interference. Detective Reeves, revisiting the Blackwood case file, reflected on the house's uncanny ability to unveil its hidden truths across time. The enigma of the manor, dubbed the house that answered back, lingered in the annals of local law enforcement, a testament to Eleanor's enduring voice. Driving past the manor on her way home, Detective Reeves would slow down, the window cracked open ever so slightly, listening for whispers carried on the gentle breeze, a melancholic echo of a past silenced but never forgotten. Story 15. The motel stood as a relic of forgotten times, its worn facade hinting at the transient nature of its guests. A weary clerk handed her the key, his eyes betraying a hidden warning. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he murmured cryptically. Intrigued, she couldn't ignore the whisper of curiosity that tugged at her. That night, amidst the hushed stillness of the hallway bathed in dim light, she found herself drawn to the forbidden door. The handle chilled her fingers like ice, and as she leaned closer, a faint breath seemed to whisper from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed, her senses sharpened by years of investigating, entered the scene of the crime with a heavy heart. The metallic tang of blood lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the violence that had shattered the tranquility of the room. Amidst the eerie contrast of a pristine bathroom and a lifeless body, Reed knelt beside the young woman, her features frozen in eternal surprise. The forensic technician's clinical observations echoed in the room, indicating a grim pattern repeating itself. Reed absorbed the details silently, her mind already piecing together the fragments of the puzzle before her. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the dreary setting, hinting at a hidden motive behind the facade of randomness. As the investigation unfolded, Reed delved deeper into the shadows that enveloped the case. The hotel manager's trembling voice revealed fragments of a tragic narrative, a solitary check-in, a life abruptly ended. Reed's gaze swept across the room, searching for the elusive truth hidden within the walls. Back at the precinct, the incident board bore witness to the haunting repetition of faces that had met a similar fate in desolate motels. The pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, forming a chilling portrait of a predator lurking in plain sight. With each passing day, the investigation unraveled the layers of deception that shrouded the victim's life. A breakthrough came in the form of a whispered revelation from the victim's sister, unveiling a hidden connection that led Reed down a perilous path. The name C lingered in the air, a shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the investigation. Reed's relentless pursuit of the truth unearthed a trail of deceit weaving through the victim's professional life, leading her to a man whose polished exterior concealed a sinister truth. Charles Emerson, a man of influence and duplicity, stood at the center of the storm, his carefully constructed facade beginning to crumble under Reed's unwavering gaze. The revelation of a clandestine affair sparked a chain of events that exposed the darkness lurking beneath the surface. Emerson's denials rang hollow in the face of mounting evidence, each piece a damning testament to his guilt. The courtroom drama unfolded like a dark symphony, culminating in a verdict that sealed Emerson's fate. Reed's eyes met his, piercing through the mask of indifference to glimpse the emptiness that lurked within. The media dubbed it the door on the left case, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked in the shadows. Despite the closure brought by justice, Reed found herself haunted by the echoes of the past, the keys to forgotten rooms serving as tangible reminders of the darkness that dwelled behind closed doors. In the silence of the evidence locker, the keys remained, silent witnesses to the unfathomable depths of human depravity, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be shut. Story 16, the old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned in a rhythmic lullaby, the pipes rattled like distant chimes. It was a familiar melody that echoed through the corridors of the building, or so they thought until she heard it. A voice, soft and elusive, drifted through the vents like a gentle breeze. It wasn't the usual echoes of neighbors going about their day. It was a whisper calling her name with a haunting allure. Intrigued, she leaned closer, her heart quickening with each word that brushed against her ear. A chill caressed her cheek, and then almost teasingly came the words, "I know you're listening." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the stillness of the vacant apartment, a sense of unease lingering in the air. Her eyes fixated on the rusted vent cover, a portal to a mystery waiting to unfold. The forensics team moved with precision, capturing every detail of the scene with flashes of light. Alina Reeves, the missing woman whose fate had led them here, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions. Officer Patel recited the facts from his notepad, detailing Alina's claims of voices from the vents that had been dismissed by the building management as mere quirks of an aging structure. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the desperate marks left behind by frantic hands, evidence of a struggle that defied logic. Fingernails etched into the metal from within, a silent plea for escape. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a life untouched, a presence felt in the whispers that now haunted the apartment. Her sister's tearful account revealed a woman plagued by paranoia in her final days, convinced of a presence lurking in the shadows, speaking to her through the very walls that now bore witness to her absence. As Shaw pieced together the fragments of Alina's world, a chilling realization took hold. The meticulously arranged living space, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if waiting for a clandestine conversation, the lingering scent of familiarity that clung to the air, all painted a portrait of a woman ensnared in a web of deceit spun by an unseen predator. The forensics report unearthed unsettling truths, linking Alina's belongings to the hidden horrors within the walls. Fibers from her favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and most hauntingly, the recordings from Alina's own phone capturing the whispered exchanges that now echoed in Shaw's mind. A dark history shrouded the apartment building, its walls holding secrets that whispered of past tenants who had fled in fear, their voices lost to the echoes that lingered within the aging structure. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent, bore witness to the unfolding drama with a calm facade that belied a deeper truth. Weber's composed demeanor faltered under Shaw's scrutiny, a flicker of recognition in his eyes betraying a hidden knowledge. The revelation of a secret passage concealed within Alina's bathroom unveiled a sinister reality of a year lurking within the very walls of the building, unseen and unheard until now. A search of Weber's pristine abode unearthed a trove of incriminating evidence, a digital archive of his twisted obsession meticulously catalogued by apartment number. Shaw's blood ran cold as she delved into the depths of Weber's depravity, each file a testament to his insidious connection to those he had watched, listened to, and ultimately preyed upon. Weber's arrest brought a semblance of closure, but the whispers of the past lingered in the shadows, a reminder of the darkness that had once permeated the building's corridors. Alina's tragic fate served as a grim warning, a tale of a predator who had woven himself into the very fabric of the walls, his whispers a siren call to those who dared to listen. As the building stood silent and empty, its walls bearing witness to the ghosts of the past, a new chapter began for those who dared to call it home. The whispers persisted, the echoes of a tormented soul seeking solace in the silence. The building remembered, the whispers never truly silenced, a reminder of the chilling truth that lurked within its very foundations. And so, the old apartment stood as a testament to the shadows that danced in the night, a haunting melody that whispered of secrets long buried in its walls. Story 17. The river whispered softly that morning, its current gentle and serene, reflecting the stillness of the glassy water. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a solitary suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, he thought it was just a pile of discarded clothing left behind by the careless. But as he approached, wading through the shallows, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick, suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was wrapped in chains, its once sharp edges now dulled by exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, it wasn't clothes that greeted them, it was hair. Fingers frozen in a silent grip, and at the bottom a chilling note that simply stated, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the grim scene, her nostrils assaulted by the stench that hung heavy in the air. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her dark hair now tangled and her once pale skin marred by the touch of the water. The medical examiner worked meticulously, documenting every detail with a solemn reverence befitting the deceased. What struck Mercer most profoundly wasn't the manner in which the victim had been disposed of, but the eerie sense of care that had been taken with her appearance, manicured nails, recently styled hair, clad in expensive attire. "She wasn't killed here," Mercer remarked quietly, her gaze fixed on the muddy shoreline where the water gently caressed the earth. "She was prepared, presented." Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in selling high-end properties, had lived a life of ambition and solitude. Divorced with no children, she resided alone in an affluent neighborhood, her existence shrouded in privacy. Her colleagues spoke of her with admiration, highlighting her meticulous nature and unwavering dedication to her work. Her disappearance had been noted when she failed to show up for a crucial showing with potential wealthy clients, a sale that could have been the pinnacle of her career. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously kept modern home, a sense of unease settled over them. Everything was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. Designer furniture arranged with precision, surfaces devoid of any hint of dust. Even the contents of her refrigerator were perfectly organized, meals neatly packed in identical containers labeled by the days of the week. However, a sense of disarray lurked within her home office, a drawer slightly ajar revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry within sent a shiver down Mercer's spine. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further exploration of Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a haunting pattern, numerous messages from unknown sources, all containing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," sent at precise intervals on various days. Her internet searches hinted at a growing sense of unease, with frequent queries regarding home security systems and self-defense mechanisms. Detective Mercer pieced together the puzzle, drawing connections between the meticulous nature of the crime scene and the haunting messages. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she confided to her partner. "This was no crime of passion. This was a carefully orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected quarter. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among the pawned items. The individual who had pawned it turned out to be Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker with a quiet demeanor. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's building over the span of months, sometimes with his maintenance cart in tow, other times arriving alone. Always during hours when she would be away, showcasing properties. Upon searching Linden's modest apartment, investigators unearthed a chilling revelation: the walls adorned with photographs of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were ominously crossed out in red. Walsh was but the third victim in Linden's sinister collection. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet lay a shrine of sorts, each victim's belongings meticulously arranged: a lock of hair, a tissue stained with lipstick, receipts, keys, accompanied by a small notebook detailing their daily routines, preferences, and habits. The interrogation room fell silent as Linden was brought in for questioning. His demeanor remained eerily composed, his appearance unassuming. Yet when confronted with the damning evidence, he uttered chilling words with a flat tone. "They were flawed." He continued, "They projected perfection, but I saw through the facade." Catherine left her desk drawer in disarray. A blemish marred her lipstick application. Her perfection was a lie. The search for the unidentified victims referenced in his note led investigators to remote locations, where 2 more suitcases were recovered, each harboring a woman akin to Walsh, real estate agents who prided themselves on their meticulous attention to detail. During Lyndon's trial, a hush fell over the courtroom as the prosecution unraveled the depths of his depravity. He had shadowed each woman for months, delving into the intricacies of their lives, infiltrating their sanctuaries, and ultimately, in his twisted perception, correcting their imperfections by adorning them with care before extinguishing their lives. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, the families of the victims bore witness in somber silence. For Detective Mercer, the case was closed officially, but a lingering question remained, shrouded in shadows. What had triggered Lyndon's fixation on these particular women? What flaw within himself had he sought to erase through his monstrous acts? The river meandered on, its waters eventually clearing of all traces of the tragedy that had unfolded within its embrace. Yet in the precinct upon Mercer's desk lay copies of those haunting notebooks, a stark reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, darkness could linger, concealed within the recesses of seemingly ordinary lives. And sometimes the most perilous predators were those who dwelled in plain sight, observing, awaiting the moment when a solitary flaw would betray their facade. Story 18. In the quiet solitude of her mother's attic, Sarah Winters uncovered a forgotten treasure, a dusty box labeled Memories. Within it lay a collection of faded Polaroid photos, capturing moments of joy and togetherness from her childhood. As she sifted through the snapshots, a sense of unease crept over her. Among the familiar faces and flickering candles, there was something unsettling, a figure lurking in the shadows, a man unknown to her family. With each passing photo, the mysterious man drew closer, his presence growing more ominous. Sarah's heart quickened as she noticed the subtle progression of his movement through the gatherings, always lingering just beyond the glow of the festivities. It was as if he existed in a realm apart from the joyous scenes, frozen in time. Disturbed by the images, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the enigma captured on film. But his response was tinged with disbelief, for he could not recall any stranger among their loved ones. Perplexed and apprehensive, Sarah turned to Detective Marcus Reed, hoping to unravel the mystery that haunted her family's past. In the dimly lit precinct, rain whispered against the windows as Sarah laid out the incriminating photos before the seasoned detective. His keen eyes traced the progression of the shadowy figure, his expression unreadable. As they delved deeper into the investigation, a chilling realization began to take shape. The man in the photos had a sinister connection to long-buried secrets. Through painstaking analysis and technological enhancements, the figure's identity slowly emerged: a man named Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a dark history of disappearances and unsolved abductions. His presence in the photos linked a web of tragedies spanning decades, each gathering a prelude to heartbreak and loss. As the truth unfurled, Sarah's world turned upside down, confronting the grim reality that her cherished memories were intertwined with a malevolent presence. The revelations led to a grim discovery: the remains of a missing child unearthed near a vacation property linked to Keller, bringing closure to a decades-old case. Alone in her apartment, Sarah reflected on the profound impact of the hidden figure in the photos, a specter of darkness lurking within the folds of her family's history. The box of memories now held a weighty significance, a testament to the unseen threats that lurked behind the facade of happiness. In the silence of the night, as she carefully returned the photos to their resting place, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following her every move. the shadows of the past intertwined with the present, reminding her that some secrets are etched in the very fabric of time, waiting to be unveiled in the unlikeliest of places. And as she drifted into a troubled sleep, the memory of the hidden figure lingered on, a ghostly presence in the recesses of her dreams. Story 19. In the stillness of the night, a wooden plank creaked beneath her weight, betraying its secret beneath the surface. The subtle shift caught her attention, beckoning her to explore further. With a sense of curiosity mingled with apprehension, she knelt down and traced her fingers along the edges of the loose board, feeling the hidden void below. The floor, once solid and unassuming, now whispered of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. Delicately she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Dust motes danced in the beam of her flashlight, cobwebs glistening like silver threads in the shadows. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, shapes began to materialize in the hidden chamber: a mattress, a chair, and in the corner, a tattered notebook bearing her name, written over and over in a haunting repetition. Detective Morgan Reed stood by, a silent guardian in the shadows, observing Sarah Coleman as she peered into the abyss beneath her very home. The fear etched on Sarah's face spoke of a deeper disturbance than mere discovery. It was a violation of safety, an intrusion of something sinister into the sanctuary she had hoped to create. "Be cautious, Sarah. Do not disturb anything." Detective Reed's voice was a soothing murmur, a steady anchor in the midst of uncertainty. With a click, the flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing walls adorned with surveillance photographs capturing Sarah's every move, evidence of a clandestine obsession that had festered unseen right beneath her feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an enigmatic recluse who had left behind a legacy of shadows and secrets. The property, once described as charming and in need of minor renovations, now held a darkness that defied renovation, a darkness woven into the very fabric of its foundation. "I never knew him, the previous owner." Sarah's words were a whisper, a fragile thread in the tapestry of the unknown. "The basement was supposed to be sealed off. That's what they told me." The arrival of crime scene investigators heralded a new chapter in the unfolding mystery. Their meticulous work unearthed a trail of fingerprints, all belonging to the enigmatic Walter Green. The timeline they constructed painted a chilling portrait of obsession, a portrait that had silently shadowed Sarah's life for years, invisible yet palpable in its menace. As the investigation delved deeper, a revelation emerged from the shadows: a former co-worker of Walter Green, haunted by the echoes of a past he had chosen to ignore. His words unveiled fragments of a narrative tinged with dread, a tale of fixation spiraling out of control. With a warrant in hand, Detective Reed ventured into the forgotten corners of Walter's existence, unlocking a storage unit that held a mirror image of Sarah's former life, a replica crafted with meticulous precision, a shrine to an unholy devotion that transcended reason. The calendar marked with a date that loomed like a specter, a date that whispered of a twisted fate sealed in blood-red ink, a date that bore the weight of a delusion that had outlasted its creator. The truth, once unearthed, bore the scars of a past riddled with madness, a past that had resurfaced in the form of Walter Green's obsession with Sarah, a fixation that had festered in the darkness until it consumed him. In the aftermath of the revelations, Sarah made a choice to leave behind the shadows that had cloaked her life, to seek solace in a world untouched by the tendrils of a darkness that had nearly ensnared her. The house, once a haven tainted by the specter of Walter's presence, passed into new hands, unaware of the secrets buried beneath its floorboards. The hidden room, now sealed and silent, bore witness to a tale of obsession, and its chilling aftermath a tale that whispered of dangers unseen, of monsters lurking in the shadows, and of a victim who narrowly escaped a fate too terrible to contemplate. Life moved on, the echoes of the past fading into the mists of memory. But for those who had glimpsed the darkness that lurked beneath the floorboards, the story remained a cautionary tale of the fragility of safety, the thin veil that separates us from the unknown, and the resilience that emerges from the shadows of the past. Story 20. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten treasures in the attic, a time-worn relic from the past inhabitants of the house. Among the faded Polaroids it held, capturing moments of joy and togetherness, one photograph stood out. In this particular image, taken in her very own living room, a family sat on the familiar couch, framed by the same curtains she had always known, but these were not her kin. And lurking in the shadows behind them, barely discernible in the dimness, a figure stood watching. Rebecca's spine tingled with an eerie sensation as she gazed at the photo, her fingers quivering slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the picture, a woman with golden locks, a bespectacled man, and two children, smiled innocently at the camera, unaware of the looming presence just a few feet away. Their joyful expressions frozen in time, contrasting sharply with the potential danger that lurked nearby. Descending the creaking wooden steps with the photo in hand, Rebecca felt the oppressive weight of the house that had felt too vast, too hollow since she had taken up residence 4 months prior. Placing the photograph on her kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and these unfamiliar faces was undeniable. The archway leading to the hallway, the unique crown molding, the bay window basking in the morning light. This was her abode, but these people were strangers from a bygone era. When Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a weathered leather jacket hinting at his seasoned experience, his sharp eyes missed no detail as he examined the enigmatic photograph. Running a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, he turned it over to find a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired in a deep, rumbling voice. Rebecca confessed, "Almost nothing. They had already moved out of state when I bought the house through a realtor." Nodding thoughtfully, Morgan requested to take the photo for further investigation by his team, a mystery unraveling before them. Delving into the past, they discovered a pattern of families who had resided in the house before suddenly vanishing without a trace. The Sutherlands, the most recent family identified in the photograph, had disappeared like the others, leaving behind no clues to their whereabouts. Forensic analysis of the photograph unveiled eerie details. A timer had captured the staged scene, with the shadowy figure in the hallway remaining a haunting enigma. The tall male presence, shrouded in darkness, seemed to belong to a bygone era, his intent gaze frozen in time. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern emerged. Families had come and gone, each one disappearing after precisely a year of inhabiting the house. Delving deeper into the history of the property, they unearthed tales of the elusive architect, Samuel Whitfield, who had vanished under mysterious circumstances. Beneath the concrete floor of the basement, a grim discovery awaited them: preserved remains of all the missing families, including the Sutherlands, hidden beneath layers of soil and concrete. Among their belongings lay a camera, identical to the one used to capture the haunting photographs found in the attic. Rebecca's world was upended as she was relocated to a hotel under police protection, haunted by the journal entries left behind in the hidden crawl space of the attic. The final chilling entry hinted at an ominous plan, as the watcher in the shadows prepared to strike once again. The investigation remained unresolved, the house standing silent and empty, its darkened windows concealing untold secrets. The enigmatic figure of Samuel Whitfield lingered as a specter from the past, his whereabouts unknown, his presence felt in the development of new photographs capturing unsuspecting families in their new homes. Amidst the shadows and whispers of the night, the truth remained elusive, as those who sought to uncover the mystery found themselves ensnared in a web of darkness, watched over by unseen eyes. Story 21: The Enigmatic Victorian. She entered through the front door, the air thick with dust dancing in the stillness. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and shrouded furniture telling tales of neglect. Every room she ventured into felt like a loop, a repeated journey leading back to the parlor. A strange sensation of being stuck in a maze with no exit except the way she had entered. But as she turned to leave, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the forgotten Victorian into a scene of intrigue and mystery. Detective Sarah Lind observed silently as forensic experts moved through the shadows like apparitions. The house had gained a reputation among locals for its unsettling aura, a place where compasses spun aimlessly and whispers of unseen eyes watching filled the air. Now it held secrets far darker than mere superstitions. The initial examination suggests she passed away around 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured. The cause appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an old chair in the parlor, her posture serene as if awaiting a visitor. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence. The tranquility of the scene sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. "Who discovered the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner replied. "They stumbled upon her, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew near." The house had remained empty since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, years ago, entangled in legal disputes and forgotten by most, except for curious intruders. Morgan Pierce, a young researcher of architectural anomalies, had been drawn to the enigmatic Victorian for her studies. Known for her meticulous nature and thirst for unraveling mysteries, she had ventured into the house repeatedly in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries spoke of strange echoes, chilling spots, and doors that defied logic by leading to different places each time they were opened. In her final notes, she mentioned bringing specialized tools to capture what she termed spatial anomalies, tools that were nowhere to be found. The autopsy uncovered a peculiar detailed traces of a rare plant-derived alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance linked to shamanic rituals known for inducing disorientation and vivid visions, though not in lethal doses. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend attested during questioning. Morgan was dedicated to her work, meticulous in her approach. Deliberately altering her senses would have been out of character. Deleted messages retrieved from Morgan's phone hinted at conversations with a like-minded individual fascinated by the house's secrets. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and cryptic, suggesting a shared understanding of the mysteries within the walls. "The house holds memories," one message revealed. "It yearns to be understood." The investigation led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history with whom Morgan had corresponded. Reeves, devastated by her untimely death, revealed insights into the house's design, crafted to disorient and confuse. Yet he had an alibi for the crucial moment of Morgan's passing, captured on distant security cameras delivering a lecture at a university event. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a descendant of a leaner Blackwood, disclosing a long-held family secret. My kin weren't the sole Blackwoods to meet their end within those walls, he disclosed. Always found in the parlor, always at peace. We called it the claiming. Journals spanning generations detailed similar deaths attributed to an enigmatic force termed the influence. A hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace unveiled more mysteries, a cache of Morgan's missing equipment, and a chamber housing relics from diverse cultures, arranged meticulously around a weathered figurine embodying a deity of liminal spaces. Traces of the alkaloid linked to Morgan's demise coated the artifacts, pointing to a connection beyond the mundane. As dust patterns hinted at an unknown presence during Morgan's final moments, partial fingerprints mismatched to known individuals were traced on doorknobs throughout the house. Weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was discovered in a similar serene pose, with the same alkaloid in his system, holding a key that unlocked the hidden chamber in the Victorian. In his last communication, Reeves penned a cryptic message to himself, detailing the house's hold on perception rather than physical entrapment. "The doors laid where they always have," he wrote, "but one's mind tricks them into circles. Once the truth dawns, escape is possible, yet the desire to leave fades." The case, shrouded in uncertainty, remained unsolved, labeled as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The condemned Victorian, now off-limits to the public, echoed with whispers of spectral lights and vanished visitors. Some claimed the house ensnared those who delved too deeply into its mysteries, while others spoke of ancient forces lurking in the shadows between realms. The truth lingered like a mirage, as elusive as an exit in a house where every door circled back to the beginning. Story 22, the unmarked package arrived mysteriously, devoid of any return label or tracking information. Just a simple cardboard box tinged with the morning dew's dampness. The address was correct, but the name was not hers. Sarah Miller hesitated, the logical choice being to ignore it and leave it untouched on her porch. But curiosity, that persistent whisper in the mind, won over. With a sense of trepidation, she tore open the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. Instead, nestled within the box was a lone VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note that read, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, sensing an inexplicable weight to it, as if it carried the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingers grazed the worn edges, feeling the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, each stroke pressed into the paper with determination. Meanwhile, the world outside her home continued its usual rhythms: a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children, the steady hum of a lawnmower. Bringing the enigmatic package inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, her thoughts clouded with uncertainty. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance to her. In the 4 years she had lived in that house, such a name had never crossed her path. The former occupants, the Johnsons, had long since departed to be closer to family. Curiosity clashed with unease as she eyed her old VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was something about the tape that beckoned to her, a mystery shrouded in the worn veneer of black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static danced on the screen initially, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, bathed in the glow of a single lamp. The camera angle was askew, suggesting haste in its placement. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice emerged, quiet yet resolute. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, which means they will find me as well." Leaning forward, he revealed a countenance marked by exhaustion and vigilance, deep-set eyes, scruffy stubble, disheveled hair. I am innocent. I need you to believe that. They have framed me with planted evidence, my fingerprints, my DNA, all without my ever laying a hand on her. As Daniel adjusted the camera, the room's starkness unfolded: bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary abode of a man ready to flee at a moment's notice. They have orchestrated everything. The official narrative will paint me as her acquaintance, our relationship fraught with conflict, witnesses attesting to our arguments. None of it is true. I only knew of Catherine Walsh when her face appeared on the news. His voice wavered. Dead, murdered in her own home. And yet my DNA was inexplicably present at the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth in a series of mysterious deliveries. Each tape, each recipient, all linked by the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder, a man who had vanished into thin air upon her discovery. Initially, the Walsh case seemed straightforward. A young professional woman strangled in her bedroom, no signs of forced entry, incriminating DNA pointing to Whitaker. However, the arrival of these tapes added layers of complexity to the investigation. The tapes obscure the truth, Detective Ramirez intoned into her recorder, updating the case notes. Whitaker is either enacting an elaborate ruse or unveiling a far more sinister reality. She surveyed the evidence board, smiling photos of Catherine Walsh, chilling crime scene images, maps charting the tape delivery's paths, and at the center, Daniel Whitaker's haunted gaze in his driver's license photo. A breakthrough emerged when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant with government ties. Walsh had stumbled upon discrepancies in their clinical trial data, evidence of concealed side effects in a hastily pushed drug. She was set to testify, a former colleague confided to Ramirez, casting wary glances around. Catherine possessed incriminating documents, proof that company executives were complicit in the cover-up. The trial loomed. The detective noticed peculiar irregularities. The DNA evidence seemed too perfectly placed, the witness statements unnaturally rehearsed, and security footage conveniently corrupted during the crucial time frame surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package, bearing a trove of incriminating evidence against PharmaCorp clinical reports, internal communications, email trails, all signed by Catherine Walsh. The focus of the investigation shifted. Collaborating with other tape recipients, Detective Ramirez unraveled Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had been an IT security contractor for a PharmaCorp service provider, never crossing paths with Catherine but stumbling upon her name flagged in a restricted security protocol. They were surveilling her, Whitaker revealed in a subsequent tape. I witnessed the orders in the system. They knew she was amassing evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and I was inexplicably framed as her killer. The case cracked open when Sarah Miller discerned a crucial detail in her tape copy a reflection in a window behind Whitaker, revealing a lineup of storage units. With Ramirez's guidance, they located the unit 217. Inside lay the damning evidence: Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, Catherine's original files, and detailed blueprints for framing Whitaker, penned by PharmaCorp's head of security, a former cop privy to evidence handling procedures. Justice arrived not with a flourish, but through the accumulation of undeniable proof. 3 executives faced indictments. The security chief confessed and turned state's witness. The tainted drug was withdrawn from consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, a changed man marked by his time as a fugitive. Charges against him were dropped, but the ordeal had etched its scars. Sarah met him at her doorstep where it all began. "Why me?" she ventured. "Why send it to my address?" His weary gaze met hers. The algorithm chose you. I needed individuals untethered to Catherine or me, people off their radar, still capable of discerning truth amidst the smokescreen of my guilt. The former suspect and the inadvertent ally stood in a shared silence, contemplating the thin veil between justice and manufactured lies. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address, it seems, was precisely the right one. The VHS tapes were cataloged as reminders that truth sometimes arrives in unexpected guises, packaged with unfamiliar names, awaiting the curious souls willing to delve deeper. Story 23: The Secret of the Whispering House. She had a desire to freshen up the nursery before the little one's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue, a color that held tales of bygone days beneath its surface. As she applied the first stroke of white paint, a hidden secret began to emerge, letters faint at first, then growing sharper, more defined. A message etched beneath the layers. Don't let it hear you. A shiver ran down her spine. Stepping back, her eyes caught sight of it, tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high up for any child's reach. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan house marked the start of what would later be known as the Whispering House mystery. The young couple had acquired the Victorian home just months prior, lured in by an incredibly low price. The real estate agent had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, neglecting to disclose the dark past that shrouded the property. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, approached the doorbell, ready to uncover the truth. A woman, her pregnant belly prominent beneath paint-splattered overalls, answered the door. Dark circles framed her tired eyes. It was clear she hadn't slept in days. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the eerie findings of the hidden message and handprints. The previous owners vanished overnight, the woman revealed. Neighbors claimed they left hastily, with just the essentials packed in their car. Walking through the aged home, the detective's footsteps echoed on creaky floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall, where the cryptic message still lingered amidst the abandoned paint job. Beside it, 5 small handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned at an adult's shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records about the property. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. What was more unsettling were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children had spoken of whispers from the walls and feeling watched as they slept. The detective delved deeper, unearthing construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings mentioned 5 children who had mysteriously vanished from her care. Initially presumed to have run away, the truth remained elusive. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling pattern. Families with children reported strange occurrences, toys moving on their own, laughter echoing through empty corridors, and drawings appearing out of nowhere. Most dismissed these events as mere imagination until the haunting messages surfaced during nursery repaintings. A forensic linguist analyzed the handwriting, linking it to Eleanor Blackwood's journals. Even more disturbing were the child-sized handprints, unchanged in size and placement despite different children living in the house over the years. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective convinced the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. Anomalies in the readings pointed to 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling a child's size. Breaking through the concrete revealed a grim truth: 5 sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensics indicated the children had perished during Eleanor's time at the house, each wearing a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had supposedly fled. Luminol sprayed throughout the nursery unveiled a haunting sight. Handprints glowed in the darkness, hidden beneath layers of paint, countless imprints as if the children had tried to escape. Aliner's diaries, recovered from archives, exposed her twisted beliefs. She saw orphaned children as a source of special energy, sealing them in the hidden room to prolong her own life. The case concluded with a proper burial for the victims, their true fate recorded at last. The house sat empty, the pregnant couple refusing to return for their belongings. Detective Klein filed her report, enclosing images of the glowing handprints and the hidden message. Though justice had been served, an inexplicable presence lingered in the house, reaching out through time and paint. The nursery walls were raised during cleanup, yet workers reported hearing whispers of children within the debris, refusing to return after dark. The house was condemned, a cold case sealed away a closure in the physical realm, but unanswered questions haunting the spiritual plane. The detective held onto a photograph from the case, a stark reminder of the lasting impressions left by unfathomable crimes. Story 24, the real estate agent's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints provided no clue to its existence. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, they stumbled upon a concealed door. A bulky, rusted handle stood out against the dusty floor. It took the strength of 3 to force it open. A wave of musty air enveloped them, heavy with the aroma of moist soil. Stairs descended into the darkness, inviting curiosity. Expecting a storage space, they were met with a singular chair beneath a flickering light bulb, and on the wall behind it, a series of photographs depicting them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban abode amid the winter's early dusk, the bare trees of the neighborhood standing stark against the cold firmament. The aged 2-story house, with its weathered exterior and groaning boards, had appealed to them for its character and history. Little did they foresee the deep-seated history within its walls and the jarring collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors approached the property alongside her partner, the crime scene unit already establishing boundaries with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's quivering voice had relayed the startling discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else descends," Connors directed, gloving her hands with precision. Camera flashes punctuated the dim stairwell as the forensics team captured the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended. The basement was compact, resembling a standard bedroom, its concrete walls painted a dull gray. A solitary chair was anchored to the floor at the center. Above, the harsh bulb cast elongated shadows, swaying imperceptibly. Yet it was the wall of photographs that seized attention, 37 images meticulously arranged in a timeline. These stretched back nearly 4 weeks, observed Connor's partner, scrutinizing timestamps on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the couch. Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms." The investigation unearthed no evidence of forced entry, no signs of intrusion. The security system had remained dormant. Nothing tangible was pilfered, only their privacy and sense of security. Fingerprints discovered throughout the basement space predominantly belonged to previous homeowners. The house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family departing within a year, selling at depreciated values. None had hinted at the existence of a basement. "We must interview each previous owner," Connors dictated, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more chilling as they traced its origins. Property records revealed discrepancies, blueprints tampered with between sales, permits initiated then retracted, redacted sections in inspection reports. A breakthrough emerged during the interrogation of the contractor who had refurbished the house 7 years prior. His complexion blanched upon glimpsing images of the basement. "That chamber is non-existent," he insisted, hands trembling. I gutted that place to its foundation. No basement, no door, just earth and concrete. Data extracted from a concealed memory card exposed hundreds more images on their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of preceding families. Children in slumber, parents in dispute, intimate scenes, mundane rituals, all captured by an unauthorized voyeur. The investigation took a darker turn with the retrieval of audio files from a weatherproof box secreted in the basement's corner. Recordings of conversations in the master bedroom, kitchen, living room. High-quality sound denoted sophisticated microphones camouflaged within the house, though none were found initially. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors urged, tension lacing her voice. "Inspect air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." Behind the photographic array, investigators uncovered a narrow passageway leading to a monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal, pages brimming with meticulous observations on each family that had inhabited the dwelling, their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored samples from the property's original constructor, Edward Kelvin. Reports indicated his demise during the house's construction, a detail casting shadows as the inquiry progressed. No official record of his passing existed, no funeral arrangements. Edward Kelvin had vanished from public records. The journal's final entries grew erratic. Phrases like "they never looked beneath" and "they never perceived me" recurred. The conclusive page bore a single line: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis affirmed the detective's suspicions. Edward Kelvin had not departed the house he had erected. He had retreated into its concealed recesses, crafting a labyrinth of vantage points to observe families who believed they dwelled in solitude. The manhunt spanned 3 days, culminating in Kelvin's discovery curled within a crawlspace amid the second-floor bedrooms. His frame gaunt and agile, accustomed to navigating the narrow passages he had fashioned within the walls. Eyes blinked in the glare of the flashlights, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were actors in his private drama. He narrated his observations with the detached demeanor of a scientist studying specimens. He had not physically intruded, stolen, or disrupted their lives. He had merely watched, recorded, noted. "They embraced me," he articulated to investigators, his tone gentle and rational. "They signed the deeds, they became mine." Psychological assessments diagnosed Kelvin with severe delusions, perceiving himself as a custodian of the house rather than an interloper. The families were transient guests in what he deemed his permanent abode. The Mercers never returned to the residence. Like their predecessors, they abandoned their possessions, salvaging only essentials in suitcases. The house stood deserted as legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the intricate extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely via crawlspaces, observation posts integrated into the edifice itself, meticulously planned before the first brick was laid. The house was fashioned as an observatory from its inception, its inhabitants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. Kelvin remained impassive upon the jury's pronouncement. He had already withdrawn into the intricate maze of his mind, where he could navigate unseen through the corridors of the now vanished house. The site was eventually razed, its earth excavated and replaced. Yet for the families who had dwelt there, the violation lingered. They were haunted not by what was taken from them, but by what lurked unbeknownst, observing, eavesdropping, recording their intimate moments from within the walls they had trusted for safety. In moments of tranquility, they found themselves glancing at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures of walls and ceilings, pondering if they were indeed solitary now. Pondering if they ever truly were. Story 25. The aged apartment had its idiosyncrasies, pipes that moaned, floorboards that groaned, yet the new tenant sensed a difference in the sounds she heard. The footsteps were too deliberate, too rhythmic. They echoed from above, slow and steady, but she resided on the highest floor. One evening she gathered her courage and tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The noise ceased. A heavy silence settled in. Then a single tap echoed back from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the knocking incident to herself. She convinced her mind that it was merely the building settling, or perhaps a small creature finding refuge in the attic space. Despite the nightly continuation of the footsteps, she adjusted, raising the volume of her television, donning headphones to bed anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that traversed her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris caught wind of the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a secret crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a portion of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's unit to mend a leak. Behind it, he uncovered a narrow passage that defied the building's original plans. His flashlight revealed a makeshift living area, discarded food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small journal. The building superintendent promptly contacted the police. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, arrived to find the maintenance worker pale and trembling. "Someone's been dwelling in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone's been watching." The journal contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her meals, her entertainment choices, her bathing times, her sleeping patterns. The handwriting started orderly but devolved into chaos toward the end, with strange symbols adorning the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," read the final entry. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams scoured the crawl space, discovering fingerprints unmatched in any database. They uncovered a labyrinth of passages woven into the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades. The passages linked to 5 different apartments, but concluded in observation points tiny apertures disguised as fixtures or minor damages only within Sarah Coleman's residence. The investigative team interviewed current occupants who reported nothing out of the ordinary besides typical apartment noises. Former tenants, however, shared a different tale. 3 past inhabitants of Sarah's apartment mentioned feeling watched or hearing inexplicable movements. One had vacated after a mere 2 weeks. None had voiced their experiences, fearing ridicule. The breakthrough emerged when forensics detected microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing traced it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years earlier. His family had reported him missing, but the case remained unsolved. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance. Neighbors recalled Martin's complaints about noises from the unit above occupied by a reserved man named Edward. Shortly after confronting Edward, Martin disappeared. Edward departed the following month, leaving no forwarding details. Investigators unraveled Edward's history and uncovered a pattern. He had resided in 6 different apartment buildings over 2 decades, always on the top floor, forming minimal social connections before vanishing without a trace. A neighbor from Edward's 3rd residence remembered him as intense, with frequent grievances about needing silence. Property records disclosed Edward's purchase of secluded rural land. Upon investigation, a cabin emerged, adorned with photos and notes, images of residents from various apartments, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver, maps of ventilation systems, detailed journals detailing observations of the specimens, and maintaining the habitat. A corkboard in the cabin displayed newspaper clippings, missing persons reports of 6 individuals, all former residents from buildings where Edward had resided. The floor bore deep scratches, as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed soil. Excavation unveiled human remains one after another. Forensic anthropologists embarked on the somber task of identifying the victims. Meanwhile, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents occasionally reported peculiar noises. During the installation of new security systems, maintenance workers discovered a notebook tucked into a corner where the ceiling met the wall, a notebook fresher than the first one discovered. The initial page bore a single line: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing mirrored the previous journal. The final page featured a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, with a new passage marked in red and a date for that very night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her apartment deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter, her television still playing and her shower running. In the bathroom, a message etched in the steam on the mirror read, "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The manhunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker skilled in renovations, persists. His understanding of building structures enabled him to craft a concealed network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing, her case linked to vanishings in multiple states. Authorities caution apartment managers about unauthorized modifications and hidden spaces. What haunts Detective Morris most isn't the graves, the journals, or the photographs of unsuspecting residents. It's the image of Sarah, night after night, hearing the footsteps above her in an apartment without an upstairs neighbor, the footsteps that ceased when she knocked, only to knock back. Occasionally, in the solitude of his home at night, Detective Morris gazes up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, pondering who else might be listening too. Story 26. In the stillness of the night, a faint flicker caught the mother's eye on the baby monitor screen. At first, she brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the system. But then the crackle of static filled the room and a soft voice, barely audible, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down her spine, her heart quickening with unease. Hastily, she hurried to her son's room, dread tightening its grip on her chest. Yet when she reached the nursery, a chilling realization dawned upon her. The crib stood empty, the window shut tight, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was the plush rabbit lying abandoned on the floor, its unblinking black eyes fixed on her with an eerie gaze. In the aftermath of that harrowing moment, Rebecca's screams pierced the night, echoing through the walls until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors, startled by her distress, summoned help, and soon the authorities descended upon the scene. They found her cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of anguish and disbelief. Her infant son, Samuel, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that swallowed her whole. As the investigation unfolded, a perplexing mystery veiled the disappearance of young Samuel. No clues of forced entry marred the pristine home, the security system standing sentinel throughout the night. The baby monitor footage, tainted by that haunting voice, offered more questions than answers, leaving investigators perplexed by the enigma that had unfolded in the dead of night. Suspicions turned toward Rebecca, the mother whose grief seemed incongruent with her outward composure. Her husband, Daniel, absent during the tragedy, returned to a storm of accusations and doubts. Their fractured marriage, strained by the weight of parenthood, cast a shadow of suspicion upon them both. Medical records whispered of Rebecca's battles with postpartum depression, painting a portrait of a mother struggling beneath the surface. Yet a glimmer of hope emerged amidst the darkness. Forensic analysis unearthed tiny fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign to the household, a clue that hinted at an intruder's clandestine entry. The focus shifted, unveiling a shadowy figure captured by neighboring security cameras, a phantom in the night with a trace of elusive footprints in the garden soil. Daniel, returning to a house haunted by loss, bore the weight of scrutiny as investigators delved into his past. Unusual calluses on his hands, a newfound passion for rock climbing, and clandestine phone calls raised suspicions that cast a shadow over his grieving facade. The discovery of a second family, concealed from Rebecca's knowledge, unraveled a web of deceit that threatened to engulf them all. In the heart of the investigation, the baby monitor emerged as a beacon of truth amid the chaos. Digital forensics unveiled a sinister plot, a hack that had infiltrated the sanctity of their home, manipulating reality with a whispered command to slumber. The trail led to a hidden basement where Samuel was found, tended to by a woman named Elaine, a specter from Daniel's past seeking solace in stolen moments. Elaine's vacant eyes spoke of a sorrow long buried, her actions driven by a grief that knew no bounds. Bound by a shared history with Daniel, she had orchestrated the abduction to reclaim what she had lost, a child who existed only in her shattered dreams. Daniel's denial crumbled beneath the weight of incriminating evidence, his betrayal laid bare for all to see. As the trial unfolded, the courtroom hushed in anticipation, the truth unraveling in a symphony of revelations. The enhanced audio from the baby monitor echoed through the chambers, revealing not only the chilling whisper but a familiar cough that sealed Daniel's fate. Justice, swift and resolute, condemned him and Elaine to the consequences of their heinous actions. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred by the ordeal, sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The baby monitor, a silent witness to their trauma, remained a testament to the darkness that had once enveloped their lives. As they forged ahead, a beacon of hope flickered in the distance, a promise of a future untainted by the ghosts of the past. Story 27. The apartment had sat untouched for months, a silent witness to the passage of time. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, their expectations were muted, perhaps a layer of dust, a few pieces of forgotten furniture. However, there was one door that stubbornly refused to yield to their curiosity. A closet, locked from within, held secrets that begged to be uncovered. With a collective effort, the landlord and the tenants forced the obstinate door ajar, anticipating mundane discoveries. But what greeted them was far from ordinary. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, desperate scratches that spoke of confinement and fear. Nestled in the corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator hardened by the shadows of countless crime scenes, felt a shiver run down her spine as she surveyed the haunting tableau before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea for help etched into the very fiber of the wood. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the chilling evidence with his camera and retrieved the records of the previous tenant. The message on the phone, stark in its simplicity, whispered a chilling accusation. "I know what you did." The landlord, a man perpetually on edge, recounted how the previous tenant, a reticent young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vacated the premises abruptly, leaving behind unpaid rent and a void in her wake. "Quiet type, kept to herself," he mumbled, avoiding the accusatory gaze of the closet. "Never caused trouble." Forensic analysis uncovered a tapestry of DNA within the scratches on the walls, most belonging to Emma herself, her presence seared into the very structure of the room. But there were two other strands of genetic code entwined in the grim narrative. One remained a mystery, while the other belonged to a man presumed dead for the past 2 years. "This defies all reason," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the baffling report. Derek Mercer, a convicted criminal who had supposedly perished in a tragic accident, now left his spectral mark on the closet walls, a spectral echo of a past long buried. Emma's apartment, frozen in time, painted a poignant portrait of a life interrupted. Unopened mail, a lonely coffee mug in the sink, a bed meticulously made every detail whispered of a sudden departure. Phone records revealed a sudden cessation of communication with her sister, punctuated by a flurry of calls from an unknown number leading up to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just cryptic descriptions of intensity and privacy. Surveillance footage captured a cryptic figure, an enigmatic man in a baseball cap, entering the building shortly after Emma on the night of her vanishing. The pieces began to coalesce when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were discovered on the interior doorknob of the closet. He staged his death, Shaw concluded with a grim certainty. The question remains, what ties him to Emma and what dark tapestry connects their fates? The enigmatic DNA sample led them down a rabbit hole of unsolved disappearances, culminating in the case of Lynette Porter, a woman who had vanished without a trace 3 years prior. Her spectral presence lingered in the shadows of Emma's life, corroborated by eyewitness accounts placing her at the scene. A web of intrigue unfurled as traffic cameras traced the movements of a vehicle registered under Derek Mercer's mother, its driver matching his description. The tendrils of the investigation snaked toward a secluded property owned by Mercer's kin, where a harrowing discovery awaited them. Behind the imposing doors of the basement, Lynette Porter languished in a state of emaciation, a mirror image of Emma's ordeal. Her hollow eyes spoke volumes as she whispered, "He forced me to bear witness, to learn the price of defiance." The evidence mounted relentlessly, journals brimming with Mercer's perverse fixation on dominance, photographs capturing the essence of his victims, and damning video recordings of Emma's descent into darkness. He thought she would betray him, his voice echoed in the recordings, but no one uncovers my truths. The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, a shadowy figure eluding the grasp of justice. As the manhunt intensified, profilers unearthed a chilling revelation. Mercer's thirst for control transcended mere violence. It thrived on the agony of confinement and despair. When the fugitive was finally apprehended at a bus terminal, a new identity clutched in his hands. The contents of his backpack hinted at a macabre intent. A roll of duct tape, a gleaming hunting knife, and a faded newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's disappearance spoke volumes of his sinister design. During the interrogation, Mercer exuded a disquieting calm, as if privy to a truth known only to him. "She penned that message herself," he asserted, referring to the haunting text on the phone. "She sought salvation, but found only oblivion." The trial laid bare the intricate tapestry of deception woven by Mercer, his elaborate ruse of death and rebirth a testament to his twisted machinations. For years, he had prowled in the shadows, preying on unsuspecting souls who mirrored his first victim. Emma's fate remained a mystery, her body lost to the inscrutable depths of the closet where she had met her end, clawing at walls that offered no reprieve. Her final act of defiance, the haunting message preserved on the phone, stood as a silent testament to her unyielding will. The jury's verdict reverberated through the courtroom, a unanimous declaration of guilt that sealed Mercer's fate. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life imprisonment without parole, a cryptic smile ghosted across Mercer's lips, a silent acknowledgement of a twisted justice only he comprehended. In a moment of clarity, Lynette Porter addressed the court with steely resolve. He sought to imprison us in darkness, but as he withers in his cell, I shall bask in the light. The case reshaped the landscape of missing persons investigations, emphasizing the importance of tracing relational threads and scrutinizing the shadows of rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the door from Emma's apartment as a grim reminder, a symbol of resilience in the face of unspeakable horrors, a testament to the enduring spirit that fights to survive even in the darkest of confines.